27 without loss, trailing Kent by 5 runs. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens, as well as information about the various matchday hospitality packages which are also available. If you're seeking a scorecard, if you're seeking a Glamorgan yearbook or a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, all can be purchased via electronic means from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Alternatively, you can obtain these items and much more from the Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports, which is situated opposite it too. In order to access the shop...
It's been a fine first session for Glamorgan, who've moved on to 172 for 1. That's a lead of 205 runs over Nottinghamshire as they look to establish a potentially winning position. Eddie Byrom has led the way. He's on 101 not out, reaching his 100 off 154 balls with 15 fours and a 6. David Lloyd battling along, playing a support role today. He was out the ball before lunch for 60, but that'll help him return towards form. Glamorgan at lunch, 172 for 1, 205 ahead.
You can also purchase drinks and snacks from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. Finally, don't forget the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. And that includes a special exhibition commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former England and Glamorgan cricketer. I have an urgent message for Mr. David Brown. Mr. David Brown, if you are here at Sophia Gardens, please could you contact reception immediately. That's Mr. David Brown to reception. Many thanks to the Year 4 pupils from St Albans Primary School for performing this afternoon's Guard of Honour. We hope you've enjoyed your time here at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club. We look forward, girls and boys, to seeing you again here at Sophia Gardens. To resume the Glamorgan second innings, Eddie Byrom, and with it...
Welcome back to Sophia Gardens in Cardiff for this third day of this County Championship Division 2 encounter between Glamorgan and Nottinghamshire. Glamorgan are 172 for 1 in their second innings, a lead of 205. My name is David Pritchard from BBC Sport Wales. I'll be joined by Nick Webb, my colleague, later, and I'm also joined by Dave Bracegirdle of BBC Nottingham. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you. I might call myself David for the rest of the... You're dealing with an idiot. It is the Welsh equivalent of David, I presume.
It is, absolutely,
David.
yeah.
David. I've missed my vacation. New man, because a wicket fell in the final over before lunch, and the new man is Colin Ingram. We saw how he played it in the first inning. Apologies because you weren't here, Dav, but he went after the bowlers at 5 consecutive fours. Wonder how he'll play here as Brett Hutton starts the afternoon session to the new man, the former South African international Colin Ingram, who just plays it away on the offside, and there's no run. During that morning session then, 119 runs were scored for the loss of David Lloyd, that final ball before lunch, and we had 29.2 overs in the session. So this afternoon there'll be 34.4 overs to go up until the tea break, so inevitably that will be closer to 4 o'clock than 20 to 4 as Hutton bowls, and once again Ingram showing an inclination for liking it outside the off stump, but he's punched it only as far as a Seba Mead at extra cover, and there's no run.
He's had a good season of it, hasn't he, in the red ball format this year, Colin Ingram. Someone we associate more with white ball cricket, T20 in particular, but yeah, averaging 60 so far in the county championship.
Good player, got 100 against Notts in the second innings the last time Nottinghamshire were here in 2017. What will he do today? Hutton, who played in that match, bowls to him and is away, just angling it down with an open face to third man. Went very fine. Notts have only got one slip in there, and it went to the left of Montgomery and raced away to the rope, and Glamorgan are up and running, and Ingram's also opened his account. He's on 4. Glamorgan 176 for 1. The lead is 209. So I think with a bit of a push this afternoon, they can maybe get 140 or so in that 34.4 overs. So you're looking at a lead of around about 350 by tea, maybe about for an hour afterwards. Hutton bowls and Ingram does drive into the offside. Ben Slater's out there for a single, 177 for 1. In this day and age, we always get captains erring on the side of caution, of course, so I would imagine Glamorgan skipper David Lloyd will think, well, no amount of runs is enough. That tends to be the captain's thinking, but at the same time, he'll want to get in a position, I'm sure, where he can have a little go at Notts tonight and maybe winkle out one of the openers.
That'll definitely be, a big part of his thinking, and you have to be pretty sure, pretty bold, I think, if you're going to declare against this Nottinghamshire team. More batting bonus points than anyone else in Division 2. When you look at it on paper, we talked about it earlier, it doesn't always translate onto the pitch, but it is a pretty formidable batting lineup, even with the likes of Ben Duckett missing.
Yeah, 3 left-handers missing in this game. Duckett, Moores and Pattinson.
As Joey Everson continues from the river end to Byrom, who drives for at least a single, and Luke Fletcher tries to get his big frame down to stop it, but it just evades him, and Byrom returns for a second.
All the signs of a good lunch there, Fletch. He's hurt his left side as well.
Yeah, what is it they say about going down in instalments? Yeah, takes some doing. Big 6'6" Luke Fletcher. As Everson comes in over the wicket. to Ingram, who edges. And falls just short of Hutton. Not quite a chance.
Was it Fred Truman who said you need a big backside to be a good fast bowler?
Yeah, a bit like certain footballers of yore as well. They used to say that about Kenny Dalglish, didn't they? One good way of keeping defenders off your back. As Everson comes in to Ingram, who digs out a fullish ball and will scamper through for a well-taken single.
Never a favourite. Argumentative. Always scored against Forest. Never a favourite. What's the score, Daff? Go on, give it to me. Go on. Give me a big score. Go on. Go on.
No.
Go on.
Big score in.
The score. What's the score?
Everson is in to Byrom, who works it off his legs, and he's on to 102 now. Glamorgan 181 for 1.
You'll never make a darts referee. There was a great moment there for you. A great opportunity to audition there with 180 on the board.
I could never. One of our former colleagues at BBC Wales, Nick and I, a chap called Hugh Ware, he now works as
I know Hugh.
Yeah, works as a darts referee. Yeah. So I'm sure he would have taken that opportunity.
Well, I can't believe you missed it.
Here is Everson to Ingram, who defends, no run.
So 2 lefties out there at the moment for Nottinghamshire. Just wonder if we might see Matthew Montgomery have a bowl in this session. It'd be nice. Does a lot of bowling for the second 11. He got through all his overs in the Royal London matches last year. Made an encouraging start with the bat in his debut game. I'd like to see him get a little bit of a bowl as the afternoon wears on.
Everson is in to Ingram, who guides that down to third man, and he'll get another 4 runs for it. That will take Ingram on to 12 and Glamorgan to 185. Their lead now up to 218.
He's just walked out of the dressing room and he's on 12 already. It's a very dangerous player, as we all know. It's just going to go by the trees, behind the trees now. There's a helicopter over there, hardly moving. It's just gone behind the trees, the scoreboard away to our left by the pavilion. But it was the old Harrier jump jet, wasn't it, that could hold itself still in the sky, go up, the vertical takeoff and landing. But there's a helicopter who's just almost standing stock still. Maybe a police one watching an incident or some such. It's not come out the other side of that tree over the scoreboard, so you can keep an eye on it. Here's Brett Hutton round the wicket, then bowling to the Centurion, Eddie Byrom. And he gets a single, 103 for 1. Few Centurions around the country. A couple in that match at Southport in Division 1, Lancashire Somerset. Hundreds for Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells. So they're not the same person. I don't think we've ever seen them together before, but they both opened in that game. Very similar, big, tall, similar build, and each a left-hander, of course. They both got hundreds in that one. Somerset got 446 yesterday. Lancashire 271. Hutton now to bowl to Colin Ingram on 12. He defends this one. 3 Centurions in the game at Scarborough as well. Yorkshire 521 with tons for Lythe and Tattersall. 100 in reply for Rory Burns. Surrey at lunch 283 for 3. Essex have nearly defeated Gloucestershire. There was an 8 for Simon Harmer, no real surprise there. 13 wickets in the match for Harmer as Gloucestershire were bowled out for 252. Essex requires 79 to win. They're 51 for 1, so another 28 and that one will be done. Hutton bowls, punch into the offside by Ingram, breaks his sequence of 4s, moves on to 13 with that single, 187 for 1. Warwickshire 76 for 2 at the Ageas Bowl, trail Hampshire by 77. Northants are batting for a second time at Canterbury. I presume that was at Canterbury, Kent Northants. Northants 30 without loss, trailing Kent by just 2 runs, so even Stevens in that one. At Chesterley Street, Durham 106 for 4 in their second innings, hold a lead of just 93 over Durham, 3 wickets for Rushworth. Worcestershire have gone off to a flyer. Jake Libby, former Notts man, and Ed Pollux still together. 62 without loss. Worcestershire require 176 more. As Hutton bowls, and this is nicely played by Byrom. A little dab. Oh, it's gone for 4. And that's a little bit of a horror from Luke Fletcher. He's not had a great couple of moments since lunch. Luke Fletcher, this was just dabbed to him. He's down on the rope. And, well, back in the day, the big size 15 would have been put out there and it would have stopped the ball. But he didn't quite get the left hand down, or the synchronisation with that left boot as well, and it's gone over the ropes for 4. That's at least 3 occasions where boundaries have been gifted by the man on the rope. Twice by Dane Patterson and now one by Fletcher. So 191 for 1 as this one. The next delivery is allowed to go through to Clark. Where are we missing? Down at Hove, where Sussex got 588. Leicestershire 254 for 3. Heartbreak right on lunch for Rishi Patel, out for 99. The last ball of the morning session after Louis Kimber, another former Notts man in the runs, fell for 104. Final ball of Hutton's over. The 49th of the innings, 191 for 1. Brett Hutton bowls, and that one gets big on Byrom. Exploded like a firework in front of him and struck him on the glove. And took his left hand off the bat handle. Doesn't look as if there's any lasting damage. Doesn't seem unruly ruffled by it. And Notts won't be overjoyed to see the ball exploding off a length. 192 for 1, but the umpires are coming together. I don't think they've got the ball, Daff. I don't think they've been asked to examine the ball. No, they're just coming together for a chat.
It looks like, yeah. And as you say, perhaps earlier in the day, the Nottinghamshire bowlers might have taken some encouragement from that in the pitch, but with 225 already runs in it, you know, it's more the Notts batters will be concerned about what James Harris called the demons in the pitch that will still be there on the final day. So yeah, there have been a few, haven't there? Some have kept low, some have reared quite high. As Everson starts a new over, and Byrom works it off his legs quite well there. But he'll just amble through for a single, bringing Colin Ingram back on strike.
Most of the seagull feathers after yesterday's culling have disappeared. We arrived yesterday morning, there were hundreds if not thousands of seagull feathers. You can still see the odd 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 around at this end of the ground, but it looked like there'd been a right old skirmish in the middle of the night.
Here comes Everson over the wicket to Ingram, who advances and plays it through mid-wicket for a single. Looks like Hutton has taken a couple of steps forward as well at slip, having had that edge fall just short of him.
He's not at slip. No, he's just been brought out, look. It's just been brought out. It's gone into mid-wicket. So no slips. So Notts have a plan, but I'm not entirely sure what it is. It's currently involving no close to the wicket catches.
Everson is in to Byrom, who defends. Yeah, there's a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a cover, but nobody behind the batter in a catching position. They'll
have been alarmed at the rate at which Eddie Byrom scored his runs this morning, and also well aware of what Ingram did in the first innings, hitting those 5 consecutive boundaries, and then had a waft at Brett Hutton and was caught behind. But I want to try and protect the ropes, make Glamorgan work for their runs.
Everson is in, and Byrom drives, but it's fielded admit on. So yeah, Glamorgan scoring it just a touch under 4 runs and over. As you say, that progress has been pretty fluent so far today. Runs coming quite easily. And Ingram, his 14 so far have come off just 12 balls, so as usual he started off like a train. Everson is in to Byrom, who pulls through backwards square where it should be cut off. It is by Dane Patterson, just a single there. Byrom now 110, Glamorgan 195 for 1, with 1 ball left in the 50th over.
It's the perfect platform, whatever happens now, isn't it, for the middle order really to push on and play selflessly, play for the team, get as many runs as they can over the next couple of hours.
Everson is in and Ingram drives off the back foot and will pick up another single. So at the end of the 50th over, Glamorgan 196 for 1. They lead by 229.
I think rain's going to come to Nottinghamshire's aid today. We've got lovely blue skies over Sophia Gardens right now, very pleasant conditions. Indeed, if you look at the spectators out there, it would appear to be nice and warm. Ice cream sales and beer sales will be once again rocketing.
Yeah, it's all a little more comfortable than it has been the last couple of days, but quite a nice cooling breeze out there. Went out to make a phone call at lunch, and yeah, very pleasant conditions indeed.
196 for 1. They still have the old red phone boxes here, do they? Ingram on strike, on 15. Bowls, and this one has skewed up off an outside edge over backward point. Not entirely sure how he managed to get it there. He certainly didn't mean to, and it just looped over the head of Liam Patterson-White. That could so easily have been the downfall of Colin Ingram. 198 for 1. Were it be the first innings, and Glamorgan would be knocking on the point of a batting bonus point, but of course they don't apply in the second innings of games. Houghton to bowl to Ingram. Round the wicket, bowls, tries to cut it away and couldn't. 198 for 1.
Yeah, look down the batting order. Plenty of batters who want to play positively as well, so you think they'd follow Ingram's lead, and Byrom's for that matter. He's scored at a pretty decent rate himself.
Knots over rate still in the green, +2. We've talked about that at length, I think, Nick and I, over the course of the first 2 days, and we're still not entirely sure about that. This one goes through to the keeper, and Joe Clark, who's had a decent game with the gloves on, standing in for Tom Moores, takes it low down.
Yeah, decent for the not batting lineup, isn't it, when you can have Joe Clark wicket keeping as well?
It is. Obviously, if Tom Moores had been available, he'd have done it. If Ben Duckett had been available, he would have stood in, and with them both absent, next cab off the rank is Joe Clark. He's not done it, obviously, regularly for a while. This one is steered to backward point, and they'll get a single. 199 for 1. I was going to say he's not done it for a while, which would have been a complete and utter lie, because in the last county championship match on the last afternoon, he put the keeper's gloves on to allow Tom Moores to have a bowl. It was the day that well, it's one of the most futile days of cricket you could ever imagine, and all 11 Nottinghamshire players had a bowl, including the wicket keeper. And thankfully somebody saved me the time of looking it up. 1905 was the last time it happened for Nottinghamshire that all 11 bowled in the same innings. Next one down the leg side, tickled away, and that will go for 4. Nicely played by Byrom, and that will bring up the 200. That's the applause you can hear, the crescendo of noise echoing around the stadium as Byrom goes to 114. Ingram on 18. Glamorgan's lead is 236 at 203 for 1.
Yeah, Steve Mulaney's tried to tweak the field at different points, hasn't he, to try and stem the flow of runs, but still Glamorgan managed to score quite freely.
Houghton again round the wicket. Real throw of the bat at that, and another boundary to Byrom. Not entirely sure what part of the bat that came off. We'll get the benefit of a replay here. I don't know if that'll help. Well, it's an inside edge, the old Harrow cut, French cut, Chinese cut, call it what you like. The inside edge past the sticks and down to the fine leg fence for 4 more. Byrom galloping along onto 118, 207 for 1. Glamorgan lead by 240 as we approach 2 o'clock.
Yeah, he's not played many false shots today, Byrom, but you know it's a player in form when his false shots do bring 4 runs as well. So yeah, very, very impressive so far.
Steve Crawley either pinching my thoughts or didn't hear me say it, but I'd give Monty a go, Dave. Nothing to lose. Yeah, I said that when they came out, Steve. If you didn't hear me, 2 left-handers there. Young right-arm off-spinner, give him a go.
Here's Everson continuing, forcing Ingram to defend there on the off stump.
He's 2 out of 2 with catches as well in the game. Montgomery, his one in the first innings was not without incident. It was a nick by Kieran Carlson off Brett Hutton's bowling, and he was falling backwards. It went quickly. It burst through his hands, hit him on the lid of the eyebrow, and as he was falling back, the rebound off his eyebrow forehead, he caught it.
Ingram plays and misses to Everson. A real flaying kind of drive.
And then just before lunch today, many of you will have seen David Lloyd out. A comfortable catch by Montgomery. So 80 runs, a couple of catches. Be nice to give him a bowl and see if he can complete what so far has been a pretty decent debut by getting a wicket or 2.
In the meantime, it's Everson from the river end, and Ingram drives through the covers for a single. As Dave leaves us for a moment, Batson White shines the ball in the outfield as Nottinghamshire look to get some action from this ball, which is, well, in its 52nd over, but was changed when Eddie Byrom dispatched a ball into the River Taff, as Everson bowls to Byrom, who works this on the leg side for a single. At least they'll think about a second. In fact, they'll turn around and complete it with some ease. Eddie Byrom now on to 120 as Nick Webb rejoins us. Afternoon, Nick.
Afternoon. Well, this despite the fall of the wicket of David Lloyd, as Glamorgan have resumed their progress at a similar rate, with 38 runs coming in, where are we, about 25 minutes since lunch, since we took lunch a fraction early. And Notts again have a lot of questions to answer.
Byrom to face Everson, and he's defending.
Indeed, so I think it's going to be a hard afternoon's toil for the bowlers at this rate, but just to reassure Nottinghamshire listeners and viewers, we have had wickets falling in clumps on days 1 and 2, so may well happen again.
Here is Everson. Upish from Byrom, but stopped at mid-off by Fletcher, and that's the end of the over. Glamorgan now 210 for 1. They lead by 243 runs. And the way things are going, this could be quite a sizable lead they build by the end of this second inning of theirs.
Yeah, it's I might be, with the rate they're scoring at, I might be visiting my opinion that Glamorgan could do with batting on into tomorrow morning, might be by half an hour. Where are we? 61 overs left tonight, lead 2-4-3. So everything depends on how quickly they can score, and Nottinghamshire will be looking to put the brakes on by taking wickets. Dane Patterson in particular will have that task at the moment. 10 overs, 0 for 29, no maidens, as he's in to bowl, and that's cut away by Ingram down to third man for the single. Apologies for the audio intrusion in the background. They are still drilling down beneath on the gold-plated toilets, where members will be ushered to their individually marked cubicles, and soft furnishings surrounding them, and pleasant smells pumping the... At least I presume it's going to be a luxury toilet, because of the length of time it's taken to build. If it's a plain old bog, then they've taken their time. 211 for 1 as Byrom defends on the offside, and there's no run. Ingram 20 off 21.
Yeah, considering the work was as vigorous and loud as this back in April, you'd expect it, I don't know, cubicles with a Sistine Chapel for ceilings.
Yes, I wondered why that group of artists was queuing up at the gate the other day. 211 for 1. Patterson round the wicket to Byrom, who defends back down to mid-off, where it's fielded by the sun-hatted Mullaney. How many hats have we got? Nearly everyone, apart from Patterson White, who is stewing the trend. A couple on the offsiders as well. So it's a majority verdict in favour of sun hats ahead of caps. We had, I think, 9 or 10 sun hats on the first afternoon. The heat isn't quite as intense today, I get the feeling. We'll get warmer again towards the weekend as Patterson bowls and Byrom defends. Back to the bowler, and Eddie Byrom just looks like a man who's playing the game at whatever pace suits the occasion. He can attack when necessary, but he's also willing to block a few good balls in a row when necessary.
Absolutely, he really picked his moments this morning, didn't he? Such as that 6 into the river. That was the highlight of the morning from a Welsh point of view, as that one is driven towards mid-on. They'll go through for a quick single, just about home, I think, as the throw comes in from Montgomery at the non-striker's end, but that was a slightly risky run. There might have been an inquiry had that hit, but I think Byrom was just about home. He didn't look too worried. No flinging himself flat in the dirt. Dan Douthwaite seems to be another man like that for that in the T20. I think it was three times in one match he went face down to make sure he made his ground. As Ingram defends the next delivery out on the offside, fielded by Mullaney. No run, couple of singles off the over. Glamorgan 212 for 1, lead Nottinghamshire by 245 runs. Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, perhaps a surprise that Nottinghamshire haven't tried spin a little more. Patterson White was a little expensive in his later overs this morning, but as Dave mentioned, perhaps time for Matt Montgomery to turn his arm over. It does look like it's getting a little rougher, especially at the river end. Perhaps some footholes created there for the spinners to target.
Yeah, it should be something outside the left-hander's off stump, shouldn't there?
There's a bit of a consultation going on here between Mullaney, Fletcher, and the umpires are having a chat as well. I wonder if they're looking at the ball again, as is the want of many players and umpires these days.
Indeed, it is so tedious. The viewpoint being put forward that maybe it's the change in demand of colouring that's affecting the inside of the ball as well. Who knows?
Whatever it is, it's the same one for Everson, who's over the wicket to Byrom, who drives towards mid-on, no run.
Worcestershire have lost their first wicket in their run chase against Middlesex, who are second in the table, sandwiched between these two sides, so Worcestershire win would help both these counties. Worcestershire 86 for 1, Libby's gone for 31, but Pollock is 50 not out. They need a further 152.
Yeah, Pollock scores quickly, doesn't he, even in this format, as Everson is in and Byrom defends. Runs
for next week's Glamorgan opponents, Leicestershire. They're 277 for 3 in reply to Sussex's 588. Patel 99, Kimber out for 104. Ackerman is 63 not out, so looks as though that game is going nowhere on the south coast of England. Everson over the wicket to Byrom, who drives just backward of point, and they'll pick up a single once again. Next week's opponents for Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire, and a close force match against Durham. The Derbyshire 135 for 4 in their second innings. After 3 early wickets for Rushworth, there have been half centuries for Guest and Duploy. Derbyshire lead by 122.
Everson is in, and Ingram defends.
So you know all about Division 2. Essex completed victory by 9 wickets over Gloucestershire, 79 for 1 in their second innings. Another bumper haul for Simon Harmer.
Everson continues from the river end. Ingram drives, and he'll have to rush through here for this single, but Fletcher can't pick up cleanly, and it's a comfortable single in the end. Glamorgan's lead inches on to 247 now. They're 214 for 1 in their second innings. Byrom and Ingram making steady progress after lunch. And it will be the Centurion Byrom to face this latest delivery from Everson, who's over the wicket, bowling full with Byrom driving, but Fletcher stops that at mid-off. And that's the end of the 54th over. Glamorgan 214 for 1.
Yes, unfamiliar position for Stephen Mullaney to be on the back foot. Nottinghamshire coming into this game with 5 wins and just the 1 defeat against Glamorgan at Trent Bridge, where possibly the key to it was Glamorgan adding some lower order runs in their first innings to take a first innings lead of 77, and then Glamorgan bowling pretty usefully with Tim van der Hoogten taking 4 in the second innings to add to his runs. A target of 166 was reasonably comfortable for the loss of 3 wickets. Back over Easter weekend as Patterson is in to bowl, and Ingram tries to turn on the leg side, but his hit on the pad, the ball bounces back down the wicket to the bowler, who fields himself. At Southampton, Warwickshire 85 for 3 in their second innings. That is still 68 in arrears of Hampshire. Canterbury, Northants 43 for 2 in their second innings. A lead of just 11 over Kent. Patterson in, bowls and worked on the leg side. Comfortable single for Ingram, fielded by Patterson White at mid-on. Lancashire at Old Trafford. No, they're at Southport this week. Well, they're enjoying the air there anyway, because they're 289 for 1. Wells 109, Jennings 123 not out. Bohannon 50 not out. That's still, though, 157 behind Somerset on first innings, and lots of runs as well for Yorkshire and Surrey. As in comes Patterson, bowls, doesn't bowl. What's that hit? The umpire is clutching his head. He's signalled dead ball. Did he hit the umpire on the way through? Let's have another look on the video screen.
Oh, it's just gone right up in the air.
The ball just slipped out of Patterson's grasp, and umpire Adnan taking refuge just in case it was coming down on the top of his head, which thankfully it didn't.
We've all been there.
215 for 1. Patterson does bowl this time, and Byrom plays it defensively on the onside, no run. Yeah, the final one of our county scores then at Scarborough. That's another run fest. Surrey 303 for 5 in reply to Yorkshire's 521 all out, although they have declined slightly. They were 243 for 1 at one point. Burns 132, Amler 79, the main protagonists there for the City Slickers. 215 for 1 here, Glamorgan. Patterson in to bowl, driven nicely by Byrom, but to Hamid at cover. And there's no run. So Mullaney succeeding in drying up the scoring rate a little for Glamorgan in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, the boundaries have certainly dried up. You get the impression Glamorgan will be happy to bide their time with a couple of singles and then wait until the opportunity arises to attack.
We're still only in the 55th over, as that's pulled by Byrom, and he's got that down to fine leg for 4 runs, as Patterson just dropped it a little bit short. Byrom rocking back, helping it away down to fine leg, and fine of the fielder in that position down to the boundary at the River Taff end. Byrom to 126, Glamorgan 219 for 1, and that takes the lead past 250. There's still 9 wickets in the shed. There's Patterson in again to Byrom, who works it into the offside. A little gap, cover point. They wander through for a single. 220 for 1. See, the gazebo in front of the pavilion is being used by the 12th man today. They didn't need it yesterday because there wasn't any sunshine, but it's providing a bit of welcome shade at the bottom of the dressing room steps.
Yeah, wise. It's another warm day here in Cardiff. Yeah, that last over by Patterson, he had been economical until that point, and you just get the impression perhaps a little frustration creeping in, trying that short ball. Nottinghamshire trying to make things happen, but it has been a trying day for them. Yeah, very warm day, pleasant day for batting. Still looks like a decent surface. As Everson continues from the river end, he's over the wicket to Byrom, who edges down to third man, and it's an excellent stop on the boundary by Matt Montgomery, stopping a certain boundary, and he's warmly applauded for it. Byrom will get 2 runs for a pretty streaky edge from Everson.
That was one that Nottinghamshire needed in the field, really. It looked as though Montgomery might not get to it, but he did really well, stretching out his right arm and getting a good powerful paw on it to knock the ball back in field after a couple on the boundary had gone through legs and so on earlier.
Everson is in, and Byrom drives for no run. Yes, Patterson and Fletcher between them had let a couple go. Heads might have dropped a little after that, but a stop like that from Montgomery, that can, as you suggest, be a bit of a momentum changer, can't it, for the fielding team?
Gives you a little bit of extra something to work on, doesn't it? New man in the team, first championship game, 80 with the bat.
Everson is in, and Byrom plays solidly to mid-off for no run. Yeah, an impressive first-class debut so far from Montgomery. Yet to see him bowl, though.
More Welsh cakes. Thank you very much, Sandra.
Yeah, feeling like we're moving into the echelons of Test Match Special with this treatment.
Very welcome this season.
Everson is in, and Byrom works that off his hips for a single. He moves on to 130 now. Glamorgan 223 for 1, leading by 256.
Reminds me of the time that we rocked up at Lord's at the start of one season for the first county match there to find a consignment of pork pies that had been delivered to Test Match Special the previous August and was still in the back of the commentary box.
Everson is in, and Ingram drives. He'll get at least a couple here to chase on for Fletcher, who doesn't look particularly interested in chasing that one. That races away to the boundary for 4. Ingram moves on to 26. Glamorgan now 227 for 1, leading by 260.
It's beautiful timing from Ingram, and Fletcher opted for energy conservation. I suppose it's a green policy that we're being encouraged to adopt.
Yes. Marginal gains.
Save his energy for propelling the red leather later.
One more to come in Everson's 8th over. He's in over the wicket to Ingram, who is on the back foot this time and plays it to mid-on. No run. That's the end of the over. And Glamorgan's healthy lead now 260 runs.
Suffice it to say that at Lord's we did not indulge in the pork pies. I think we ought to have called some guys in hazmat suits to deal with them. Just left them for someone else to worry about. So, Haggers and crew, you missed out on your pork pies. Maybe they were delivered a little bit too late. 227 for 1. The lead is 260 for Glamorgan. Your commentary team is full of lasagna and chips. Another veg-free day. Doubled carbs. Yes, I think I have to go for a healthy supper tonight. Patterson bowls and Byrom defends. He's on 130. Is Eddie Byrom, having scored 176 in his first Glamorgan Championship game of the season. 57 and 32 in the win at Worcester. So he's going well. Last season didn't open the batting when he came in for those few games at the end of the season. 227 for 1. Patterson in bowls. Byrom defends. So Byrom last season played 3 games, 5 innings, top score of 78. Which I think off the top of my head was in that defeat at Durham in early September. So we await details of any Glamorgan reinforcements towards the back end of the season, when Nisa and Ingram will both be unavailable, as that's turned away on the onside by Byrom for a single. 228 for 1, lead 261. Nisa due to depart sometime in August, we believe, for a Queensland training camp, though you would have thought he'd be better off playing regular decent standard cricket rather than practicing, but there we are. Queensland are his primary employer. Patterson in bowls, played on the offside by Ingram for a single out towards cover point, and Ingram will be departing sometime in the second half of August for the Caribbean Premier League and its wacky predecessor, the 60. Heaven help us. Apologies to Peter Miller if he's listening. Occasional or sometime observer in the media box has gone off to his Caribbean media duties. As next delivery is driven back to the bowler. I thought that was a chance, but it was on the bounce. Well, there's Patterson bowled to Byrom. No, he's put the chance down. Looking at the replay, that was hit on the full, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was hit firmly back at him. He didn't have much time to think about it. It's one of those that, if you do take it, it just sticks almost by luck more than anything. So, unfortunate for Patterson, who seemed almost taken aback to get the chance. And looking at him now, shaking his hand, wringing it, he looks like he's in a bit of pain, and it's his bowling hand at that.
Well, he was hit fairly hard straight back at him, and it looked as though he was trying to protect himself as much as catch it. From a fairly short distance, he's okay now to resume, but with the ball down the leg side, that is worked away to fine leg for a single. The fielder on the boundary there, not really bothering to chase it, and Patterson adding insult to injury. The ball, after taking a hard blow from that return catch attempt, slipped one down leg side. Byrom made the most of it. He's on to 135, and Glamorgan 233 for 1, leading by 266. That's, I think, the first chance as such that Nottinghamshire have earned for themselves.
Yes, there were a couple of balls that left a couple of batters, but yeah, that was the first drop of the day, certainly. And as Notts look to break this partnership, Steve Mullaney, the captain, is bringing himself on at the river end. So his medium pacers will be up against Ingram to start with.
Good afternoon to Alvin Wallace. Happiness is retirement. Garden, sun, coffee, chocolate, and Glamorgan doing well. Well batted Eddie Byrom and David Lloyd, says Stephen Hedges.
Mullaney's first ball is to Ingram, who nudges it to point for no run.
170 opening partnership, nothing short of a miracle, says Steve West.
Glad they have such faith.
Over 8 for Nottinghamshire. Well, that's one thing they don't have to worry about. +2.
Mullaney is in. Ingram almost looked like he edged that. It was put down by Clark, whether he got a bat on it or not. Hard to see from that replay, which is behind Ingram. But Clark's anguished look to the sky suggested it might have been a chance.
Difficult to tell if inconclusive after watching a couple of replays.
Here is Mullaney again. Backish, which Ingram kind of chops down for no run. Yeah, something different for Ingram Byrom to consider. Mullaney's medium pacers. He has picked up a fair few useful wickets over the course of his career. First class bowling average over the course of his career, just a touch over 37. And he's in over the wicket to Ingram, who looks to have cut that, but it's excellently fielded by Patterson White at backward point. Yeah, it's looked like a tricky over so far from Mullaney. Just that change of pace, giving Ingram a different kind of challenge to tackle. He's in once again. And Ingram guides this one down to third man, where Montgomery will cut it off and limit Glamorgan to just a single. Now this partnership is now worth 62 runs. As Mullaney bowls to Byrom, his final ball of the over, which Byrom leaves, but Clark can't gather, and that'll be 8.
Yes, Clark just in a little bit of difficulty standing up to the medium pace of Mullaney, not being that regular a wicketkeeper. Joe Clark is struggling a little bit in that over. 235 for 1, lead 268. As the spinner Liam Patterson White is back in the attack. We were querying yesterday why Harris was particularly J Harris on some computerised scorecards, since there weren't any other Harrises in the squad. Dave Jones points out the last Harris he remembers for Glamorgan was Alwyn Harris in the 1960s, who had 4 years as an opening bat but then pursued another career. Liam Patterson White will be bowling from this Cathedral Road end as Dane Patterson goes off to nurse his bruised fingers and or dignity. Paul Brinkworth heard 76 for 8 but realised that was an advert for sausages instead. Ha! Thank you, Paul. Actually, 76 pence for 8 sausages, I wouldn't buy those. they're the bottom of the barrel. Here's Patterson White into Byrom, who turns to Hamid at short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
They'll be in the back of the press box with those pork pies, I think.
Yeah, just 6 months out of date. Patterson White bowls down the wicket, comes in Byrom and drives back to the bowler. Stops well in his follow-through. So still a good bit of blue sky overhead. just a little bit overcast now and again. As the sweep shot comes out from Byrom, he's hit that pretty firmly. It's a chase on for the man round from backwards square, and they're comfortably back for a couple of runs.
Yeah, Byrom's looked to attack Patterson White all day. The sweep shot he's used quite a few times, not always come off, and then he danced down the wicket for that 6 this morning as well. So it looks like he's going to take the attack to Patterson White again.
His next ball is again swept hard, but this time forward of square, and finding James sweeping on that square leg mid-wicket boundary, so just the single taken. Seems reasonably fond of his cross-bat shots. Might see a few more from Billy Root later on, who's a particular lover of them, as that's worked away on the offside for a quick single. As it's fielded at cover, but Morgan just ticking along. Ingram with the single there. To the right hand of, I think that's Harrison, the substitute at cover. Reverse sweep comes out, and that's been nailed by Byrom down to the backward point boundary. It goes for 4 runs. And Glamorgan going on the offensive against Patterson White. Byrom playing that shot nicely, beating the man at backward point, who is up in the infield. So Byrom moves on to 142 not out. Glamorgan on to 243 for 1. The lead is 276. And as things stand, unless there is a clatter of wickets with 54 overs remaining, Glamorgan are potentially in a position where they can kick on and get a lead of over 400 and have a burst with the ball tonight.
You'd think so, especially with the players at the crease now. Byrom's been playing very fluently today. Ingram, we know, is capable of real fireworks, so there's every chance they could accelerate from here as Mullaney continues and Ingram defends his first ball. Even the batters to come, the likes of North East, Carlson, Cook, Root, they're all capable of scoring quickly. Even the tail, we've seen Lisa play his shots. Harris, Salter and Hogan, they're all capable of clearing the boundary if required, which I doubt they will be. As Mullaney is in, Ingram plays it through mid-wicket. It looks like it'll just be a single there for the South African.
Some good prompt fielding by Ben Slater, getting to it quickly, threatening to throw quickly and dissuading them from a second run. And Nottinghamshire need a bit of that sort of spirit after the fielding, left just a little bit ragged around the edges this morning.
Mullaney is in and Byrom defends.
Slow ball.
Yeah, loopy, wasn't it? He's a canny operator, Mullaney. Useful with bat and ball across all 3 formats. Experienced captain of this team. Yeah, there's a lot of boundary cover. Third man, point, backward square, front of square. As Mullaney is in, and Byrom just chops that down to third man for a single. Thing is, with Glamorgan scoring at over 4 runs and over overall for this second innings, they won't mind if they just have to take the odd single off some overs when they're able to be as productive as they were off Patterson White's previous over. Runs still coming quite easily to them. As Mullaney bowls to Ingram, who drives off the back foot for a single. He moves on to 31. Glamorgan now 246 for 1.
It's about this time of day when we start working out when the tea interval is going to be. Another 21 overs. Not too late.
Mullaney to Byrom, who plays it to mid-wicket for no run.
Maybe about 10 to 4, 5 to 4 for the tea interval, which is respectable, as David Bracegirdle will return to the commentary attack and see if he can conjure anything up for the visitors, who are badly in need of a little bit of inspiration. BBC Sport Online, also available via the Glamorgan Nottinghamshire websites, as we shuffle a couple of things round. Dav Pritchard will be back in around about half an hour or so. 2:46 for 1 as Patterson White starts a new over, and again the sweep shot comes out this time from Colin Ingram. He's hit it down towards square leg and it's between a couple of fielders, so he's able to hasten back for the second run. 2:48 for 1. It's a position, I guess, that Stephen Mullaney won't have been in very often this season, to be on the defensive and searching for wickets and containment at the same time, as Patterson White bowls, and he has got a wicket. Colin Ingram is caught at the wicket by Joe Clark. 248 for 2, and Liam Patterson White has got rid of Colin Ingram for 33 off 40 balls.
Well, there we are, and he needed to sit down to get the wicket. Hadn't said a single word. Yeah, Nottinghamshire would be absolutely delighted. I've been sat outside. Was there a feeling that a couple of overs ago, the one from Mullaney to Ingram was a caught behind from Clark's reaction? I wondered whether there'd been a little bit of a nick, but either way, they've got the wicket now, and the dangerous Ingram has gone. 34 in the first innings, 33 in the second. I think Notts have perhaps got away lightly there, but Liam Patterson White will be absolutely delighted, and so too will Joe Clark, if indeed it was a drop a couple of overs ago. The lead, though, 281, it's obviously going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. It is all about just chipping away when they can, because certainly the bowling's not got any easier today, has it?
I know. The possible chance, I'd put it down with a question mark, because we did watch a couple of replays, but we couldn't really make up our mind whether Clark had dropped an edge or whether he'd just been maybe hit on the thigh and was reacting in pain to that. But I
was sat outside. It did sound snicky, and it did, from the player's reaction, give every indication that it might have been. But anyway.
Yeah, the definite chance was the caught and bowled one off Eddie Byrom on 131, where Dane Patterson had one drilled back at him and just settled for parrying it, really. Otherwise it might have drilled a hole through his chest, but Nottinghamshire do have the wicket. Good afternoon to Andrew Strong, who is following us from the suburbs of Rome, where Glamorgan's batting efforts are going down very well with a cool beer, apparently. So enjoy yourself there, Andrew. Afternoon to Dave Battersby. Watching Glamorgan today is like watching Brazil. They haven't got yellow shirts on. Glammy podcast, as hardened supporters, we'll feel that we'll need a lead of 400 plus to ensure we don't lose this. And Steve West pointing out that Glamorgan's scoring rate has been again better than the visitors in Cardiff, and Glamorgan adopting a positive approach to try and win games this season. Patterson White then to bowl to Sam Northeast. One brings two, boys. As you hear,
needs to bring another 8.
Yes, one could do with bringing 8. Yeah, but leads 281. It's not insurmountable at the moment, as Patterson White bowls and Northeast drives. Patterson White gets a hand to it in the follow through, knocks it back towards the stumps, and Byrom very kindly hands the ball back to him. So a slip and 5 saving the single for the new man, Sam Northeast, who is stretching forward and defending. In the first innings, he was Glamorgan's top scorer with 56.
Yeah, made 85 and 40 odd not out, was it, at Trent Bridge in the game in April.
As Northeast is forward defending, back to the bowler.
I'm enjoying the recent tweet from Worcestershire County Cricket Club. What have we just seen? Ed Pollock with 100 from 67 balls against Middlesex, 7 sixes.
Well batted, Mr. Pollock. As that's nurdled on the onside by North East. No run, and the successful Patterson White over. He is 1 for 46 off 11. So, pray tell, what is the score between Middlesex and Worcestershire? A game which I think all our listeners and viewers would want Worcestershire to win.
Yeah, Worcestershire 145 for 1. They still require 93, but a Pollock century, I think it's something that even Worcestershire's most fervent supporters would have not been expecting. He's not been in great form this year since his close season move from Warwickshire, and such a dangerous player in white ball cricket, or he has been, but so inconsistent, and he's not done it at the top of the order in red ball cricket for Worcestershire up until today. Here's Mullaney starting a new over, and this is eased into the offside, but 7 sixes and a 67 ball 100. That's why he's such a danger in red ball cricket at the top of the order, because when he does play like a white ball opener, he can destroy any attack, and it's Middlesex who've copped it in a really important game there towards the top end of Division 2. Here's Mullaney bowling, and Byrom, who's got that 150 very much within his sights, just steers this to Patterson White at point, and there's no run.
Not sure what's up on a golden duck, but Pollock got it against Glamorgan. He was bowled by the first ball of the match and had his middle stump knocked out of the ground, which is as emphatic a start as you could have wanted.
248 for 2 here. Byrom on 143. Mullaney bowls, cut away again. Patterson White does the tumbling stop. It's been a right curate's egg Notts fielding this afternoon. There's been some sensational stuff. 1 or 2 good stops by Patterson White. A really brilliant bit of work on the rope by Matthew Montgomery. Yep. And 1 or 2 of the other youngsters have really made an impression. And then Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson in particular, 1 or 2 horror moments and a couple of chances we think have also gone down, as this one's run down to Joey Everson at third man, single taken, 249 for 2. And Byrom has got a gross. Sam North East down to this end for the first time. 144 for the younger viewers and listeners.
Imperial measurements.
Which cricket is still played in. The chain is 22 yards from wicket to wicket. They have 30-yard fielding circles. 249 for 2 as this is blocked. And in this country you get bowlers bowling in miles per hour. You go around the world and absolutely confuses the life out of me, because I've no idea what 140 kilometres an hour is at all. Couldn't begin to guess. The lead 282. Mullaney to erstwhile county colleague and teammate Sam North East, clips it down to Everson, and Sam North East is underway. 250 up as well. Round of applause. On the first day that would have been 2 batting points.
It's strange, isn't it, the transition between measurement systems, because finally bitten the bullet, and when my rugby commentaries have translated the weights into kilos rather than stone and pounds, but height, I think, still everyone of most ages works in feet and inches still. As Patterson White bowl to North East, who drives to mid-off, fielded comfortably enough by Everson.
But those of us our age, if you like, Nick, if I can brand you in.
Yeah.
Yes, but youngsters are taught centimetres and metres in school, aren't they?
As that's played into the offside, and they take a single. North East to 2, 251 for 2. Well,
a wild throw, a dreadful throw
from
Asiba Mead, high over the top of Joe Clark. He could do nothing about it. He's whatever he is in feet and inches, but he needed to be about 6 feet taller. Throw in from Asiba Mead straight over his head. It wasn't Clark's fault, just nobody there backing up.
It's a Brucey bonus run for Sam North East, who moves to 3 rather than 2. 252 for 2. Patterson White to Northeast, who turns on the leg side. Well, I asked my daughter, I was thinking, should I change in rugby commentary my descriptions to centimetres? And I asked my daughters, who are in their 20s, and they said, no, we still think in feet and inches. So that's worked away on the leg side by Northeast for a single, 253 for 2.
I just don't get it. I really don't. I mean, what's the 100-yard world record? We don't know, but we know Usain Bolt's got the 100-metre world record. Just unify it.
Well, theoretically, but most people would still think of Usain Bolt as 6'4" rather than 1 metre 90, whatever it is. Patterson White bowls, reverse sweep, comes out, appeal for LBW given. Byrom's gone, 253 for 3. A double strike from Nottinghamshire and from Patterson White, his 31st wicket of the season. And Eddie Byrom's fine innings will get a deserved ovation from those present at Sophia Gardens. He profited from the reverse sweep. That was little doubt that it would have gone on to strike the stumps. Only question of whether it pitched outside leg. Umpire Adnan deciding otherwise. And Byrom goes for an excellent 144.
LBW, LPW, we've seen that a few times this season. I tell you what, he's learned a few things from Stuart Broad, hasn't he, as well, as we get a tremendous ovation from the Glamorgan supporters for Eddie Byrom. Liam Patterson White, 'cause he ran down the other end celebrating straight away, didn't he? he was giving it out long before the umpire had a chance to. 253 for 3. Byrom out for a magnificent gross 253 for 3. I did have a question bubbling up about that. Oh yeah, you do rugby.
Yeah.
What are the markings on the rugby field? Is it the 22-yard line, 22-metre line?
No, it used to be the 25-yard line. It's 22 metres.
Well, there we go. I don't know where we go, but there we go. I mean, that's a bit of a nonsense, isn't it? Or is it? I don't know. We have 30-yard circles in cricket still. That is in the laws of the game, the 30-yard fielding circle for limited overs cricket. But
we're caught betwixt and between, aren't we?
We are.
People don't really notice the difference between metres and yards with large numbers, do they? Unless you're talking about a specific event, as you say. So, 253 for 3, and the game has a bit of a different complexion to some degree.
Collapses on.
Well, wickets falling in clusters, as they have done on the first couple of days. Northeast joined by Carlson at the wicket, eventually. It's a little touch of the gloves between the two, as Carlson scored 46 in the first innings before being eventually taken by Montgomery, who palmed it up, nutted it and then caught it. At 46 to take him past 400 runs for the season. Carlson pushes on the offside defensively. No run. End of the over. 253 for 3. Lead 286. 7 wickets still in hand. So maybe Glamorgan will not be in a position to contemplate a declaration.
Do you think there's any chance of Sam Northeast being dismissed LBW to Liam Patterson White for 144, or should I cross out my scorecard where I've written it in? I've got the wrong player. You idiot, Bracegirdle. There we are. I'm afraid there's a big crossing out now. Northeast still there.
Yeah, well, you could leave the LBW in, I suppose. I suppose you could leave in the Patterson White. 144 would be pushing it a bit.
Here's Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain. 6 overs, none for 9. Might well have had one. Oh, and another fielding error here. Luke Fletcher's gone down at mid-on, and the ball's ricocheted off his knees. Gone down with the long barrier, and it's just deflected away. And they take the single. In fact, that's not Liam Pat. That's Brett Hutton, isn't it? At mid-on.
Hutton was the error, and Fletcher mopped it up.
Yeah,
yes,
it's Brett Hutton.
He's clutching his knee now.
Kieran Carlson down to face Mullaney for the first time in this innings. As Mullaney bowls, and this one's just gently pushed into the offside, and Matt Montgomery fields.
Yeah, Carlson in the first innings just missing out on his 4th 50 of the season. It's not been as prolific as he would have wanted.
254 for 3. Next ball on its way, and Carlson runs it to backward point, and there's no run.
Tends to go fairly hard from the start, Kieran Carlson. Not a man particularly for grinding out a few first.
Stands with bat raised, ready to face Mullaney. Number 5 bowling to number 5 once again, and Carlson's away with a gentle push into the offside. That just all seemed a little too easy for a new arrival at the crease. I guess you want to protect your boundaries, and they've got Ben Slater out there to do just that, but it was just a gentle push in that direction to get him off the mark. Northeast on 5, he defends. Both of these Glamorgan batsmen were dismissed by Brett Hutton in the first innings. Northeast top scored with 56. Carlson second top scorer with 46.
Yeah, but they're both new at the crease. As they say, do Nottinghamshire still need 4 on the boundary?
Mullaney in bowls, and this is hit out to the man on the boundary in front of the daffodil stand. That's Ben Slater. Another single taken. 256 for 3 by Northeast, and it's the end of the over. Stephen Mullaney 7 overs, none for 12, doing a decent job again, the Nottinghamshire skipper with the ball, as he did in the first innings.
Yeah, he's keeping things tight from one end. Patterson White is the man with the wickets from the other end, numbers 30 and 31 of the championship season, which is a decent haul. And he comes as that's steered away by Northeast, who waited to see if it had eluded Hutton at backward point. It had, and then they went through for a single. Patterson White on this hot day hasn't got the sort of approach that's going to tire him out, because the first half of it is just walks before he breaks into a little jog for the last couple of steps, and Carlson works one away to fine leg for the single. So after the aggressive approach of Colin Ingram and Eddie Byrom being well set, Glamorgan maybe a little period of retrenchment for a while. It's back on his stumps goes Northeast, watching it carefully and defending it back to the bowler. 48 overs remaining today, so we're about an hour away from the tea interval. Maybe less if Patterson White bowls a few of them, as Northeast steps back and cuts that one into the covers. James does the fielding, coming in off the bowling boundary, and it's an easy single. 259 for 3.
Stephen King, not that one, I don't think it's the thriller writer. He says, I'm fascinated by Liam Patterson White's habit of kicking his right foot up behind him at the start of his run-up. Once you've seen it, you'll look for it every ball.
As Carlson is forward defending.
It's a hop, skip and a jump, isn't it? Very much, that's essentially all there is to it. As Nick says, there's no running involved.
Patterson White bowls. Forward comes Carlson. Stretching a long way forward. Talking about measurements, Dave Jones.
Oh, there's a frisbee attempt that went very wide of the umpire.
Yes, hats are being chucked around merrily today. Dave Jones points out on the measurement front that it was only in the late 70s that Australia switched from 8 balls to 6 balls per over.
David Jones, there was the chap that had the locker. It was the Monkeys singer, and wasn't David Bowie David Jones?
Yes, he was,
as well?
yeah.
2:59 for 3. Next delivery on its way now, and North East pushes into the offside. Are you old enough to remember the Monkeys? That silly TV 20 minutes they had once a week.
I don't remember the TV show. I remember the tunes.
Mickey DeLenz, Mike Nesmith and Peter Talk, I think, were the other group members. All chipped on the leg side, falls just short of the diving Hamid, and there's no run. Decent attempt to get to it from Asib Hamid.
I've got a feeling that one of the Monkeys lived round this neck of the woods for some years.
Well, funny you should say that, but Mickey DeLenz lived just outside Newark, where I come from. 2:59 for 3. Next delivery on its way now from Mulaney. North East just pushes it into the gap. There might well have been a run there. Matthew Montgomery had to go a few yards to get to it, and Carlson came down halfway and was then sent back by the former Kent and Hampshire skipper.
Chris Drew said he'd rather like to see Michael Neser promoted up the order next.
Give it some crash bang wallet, will he?
Yeah, it's a general thought.
Next ball on its way. That one kept, seemed to keep a whisker low, well kept out. And again, it's played in the direction of Hamid. The sky is full of patchwork crisscrosses of vapour trails from the aeroplanes. Don't think they'll have been coming in or out of Cardiff Airport. They will be going a lot further afield, I think. The very high ones with trail plumes right across the sky. North East punches this out to Ben Slater, who's a man in his own postcard away in front of the daffodil stand. In again comes a throw that Joe Clark won't thank him for, and Joey Everson's alertness prevented an overthrow. What are you messing about at? They say to Slater. I said, sorry guys, I'm just feeling a little lonely out here. Nobody's talking to me. Nobody
Hasn't even got any spectators.
Well, there's a photographer actually now.
Yes.
I look right behind him. Next delivery is blocked by Carlson. 2:60 for 3. And what have we got? 15 overs to go until the tea break. Of course, this time yesterday, you'd say, well, Nottinghamshire have got their noses in front. Not literally, because they were still playing catch-up, but they got all those wickets in hand. They were batting like this, taking runs almost at will, seemingly going to close down and overtake the Glamorgan total, and were looking to bat once, but then it all unravelled with the early tea, and when they came out, 6 wickets lost for 30 runs.
Liam Patterson-White, who's claimed 2 wickets in his last 3 overs, bowls and turned on the leg side by North East, no run. Stephen Moss, on the subject of ducks, who's talking about Pollock being bowled first ball at Worcester, has see if I can fit it in between deliveries. Patterson-White bowls, North East drives to mid-off, no run. Platinum or Royal Duck, when a batsman is dismissed first ball in the first innings of the match. Diamond Duck, when a batsman is dismissed without facing a legal delivery, usually run out. As that's driven by North East, just wide the bowler, up to mid-off. So
There is one for the first ball of the season as well. I don't know which particular element on the periodic table it is, but there's one of those as well.
Down the wicket comes North East, but drives to mid-on. It's fielded by Patterson, and there's no run.
You don't want to get that, dear, first ball of the season.
Oh, that'd be horrible, wouldn't it? Absolutely horrible. As that's nurdled away on the leg side by North East. Just the single down to backward square. Good aggressive piece of fielding. Prevents them taking 2. Yeah, I had a run out without facing once when I was playing for Bath University second team against, I think, Cardiff Uni in Llanrumney. Ran myself out. As that's defended by Carlson. In fact, I ran myself out on the first ball after I'd come in. So it was the first ball faced by my partner. Well, it was entirely my fault, really.
These things happen. 261 for 3. The lead just approaching 300. One big blow into the River Taff will bring up that 300 advantage. May come this over with Mullaney bowling to Sam Northeast. Have to disappear in a moment or two. See how many deliveries of this over we can get in as Mullaney bowls to Sam Northeast. It's played out gently on the offside. Might have again kept a little low, and Mullaney was throwing his arms up in the air as he expected to see the ball go on to clip off a bail, but it didn't.
I wonder if David Lloyd is observing that with interest, being a skiddy medium pace bowler, whether he thinks he might get a couple through low bowling from that end in the 4th innings.
294 the lead. Next one is pushed into the offside. There's no run. I'm sure at some point we'll see David Lloyd bowling from the far end in a similar sort of fashion to this, but Glamorgan, I'm sure, will be pinning their hopes on that new ball at the start of Nottinghamshire's run chase, and Michael Hogan and Michael Neeser knocking over 1 or 2.
Ed Pollock has now gone for Worcestershire.
Next delivery is run down with an open face to third man by Northeast. He's inconsistent, Ed Pollock. How many did he get?
Got 113 off 77 balls, 7 sixes. It's 167 for 2 Worcestershire. They need a further 71 to defeat Middlesex.
Oh, yeah. That's 50-50. That's 50-50. Worcestershire's last 8 wickets getting 71 runs. We wish them well.
Indeed we do. Come on, you pairs.
One more delivery and then I'll wave my magic wand and disappear. That's Mullaney bowls, and Carlson happy to block it. Bright sunshine at Cardiff. Glamorgan 262 for 3.
BBC Sport Online also available via the 2 county websites. Thankfully, after our various technical gremlins were sorted out eventually. Apologies if you were missing us for the first half hour or so this morning, as Carlson stretches forward and defends. So no early suggestions really that these two are going to shoot from the hip, looking to play themselves in and take things on at a responsible rate. Morgan losing wickets on 248 and 253 in successive Patterson White overs. Mullaney bowls and Carlson is caught behind, and it is now a cluster of wickets. Glamorgan are 4 down and Nottinghamshire are getting themselves back in the game, as Carlson trying I think to run on the offside and just got a little thin edge through to Clark. Mullaney has got his wicket and maybe just moved away a little bit off the pitch. 262 for 4. It's looking a bit of a different game, and one which Glamorgan might not be able to control, David Pritchard.
Yes, that cluster of wickets has rather put the brakes on Glamorgan's charge, because with Ingram and Byrom scoring quite freely, it did look like they would be considering a declaration before the close of play tonight. I'm not saying that's beyond them now, but it's less of a prospect than it perhaps once was an hour ago.
Yeah, certainly they've lost 3 wickets in the space of 14 runs in 5 overs or thereabouts, and Nottinghamshire might be able to have their say in their chase if they can bowl Glamorgan out this afternoon. So Root or Cook? Billy Root is in at 6, again ahead of Chris Cook as he was in the first innings.
I know it's not a term that analysts like too much, but momentum swings are important in a game, aren't they? And you know the difference between setting yourselves 350 to win, having bowled out your opponents cheaply in the latter end of their innings, having seen them dominate in the first. These kind of momentum swings do have a bearing on teams, don't they, psychologically? So if Nottinghamshire do have let's say, for argument's sake, 350 to chase, they'll feel a lot better about it having had the upper hand in these afternoon exchanges.
Yeah, it was the case for Glamorgan in their most recent match at Worcester, where they managed to knock over the Worcestershire lower order reasonably rapidly in their second innings. And even though it was a chase of 332, they got there with 7 wickets down. Patterson White bowls and North East defends. You would think that Sam North East would be someone less likely to be affected by the momentum of the game. Man of his experience as he steps back and cuts hard, but straight to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, he seems to bat at his own pace, regardless of the situation, regardless of the format, doesn't he, North East? A man who knows his own game.
Yeah, a couple of very hard-hitting T20 innings as he drives back past Patterson White. It's half stopped at mid-on. There'll be a couple of runs, though, as it cannons away. It's eventually fielded by Everson. It was reasonable work by Patterson, who kicks at the ground in frustration, but probably saved a couple of runs there, as it may well have gone through to the boundary had he not got anything on it. As it was, he palmed it away towards Everson. And they're safely back for 2. North East has 13. It's 264 for 4. The lead is 297. As North East drives and gets that one just past cover, but Everson this time moving to his left. Fields promptly. Hamid was the man in the infield who couldn't quite get to it. Maybe just a fingertip to devise it towards mid-off. Patterson White bowls and North East back on his stumps. Oohs and ahs from the infield. Playing it late but watching it carefully.
Yeah, it's amazing what a few wickets do for the morale of a fielding team, isn't it? You can almost sense that energy.
Patterson White, who's taken 2 of those 3 wickets to fall this afternoon. North East back on his stumps, working it off his hip towards square leg for the single. North East to 14, 265 for 4 at the end of the over, and I'll give way to Mr. Bracegirdle.
And it's the captain Mullaney to continue from the river end. North East defending this one. As Dave rejoins us, and Mullaney and Patterson White have rather changed the complexion of this session, at least, haven't they?
The collapse is on. I mean, everything's relative, isn't it? But Notts have had a pretty decent half an hour, you have to say, getting rid of Ingram, Byrom and Carlson in that time. But the overall picture's fairly bleak. 300 the lead.
Mullaney is in, and North East just guides that down to backward point, no run. Yes, Glamorgan very much still in control, but you can feel that kind of upturn in fortune for
Notts. There's a little bit of pressure now on Glamorgan, because if they don't get a 400 lead, they'll feel they've missed out a little bit in putting the game absolutely definitely to bed one way or another.
Mullaney is in, and North East drives straight and handsomely. That races away for 4. North East on to 18, and that does see the Glamorgan lead past the 300 mark. They're now up to 302 ahead.
What we're not spoiled out for yesterday, 285. Yeah, 285. So, it's very rare, isn't it, that a side outperforms what they did in the first innings, unless they were bowled out very cheaply.
Mullaney is in, and North East defends this time.
So the possibility is that perhaps Glamorgan might already have enough advantage, but they'll want another 100 to be sure, won't they? They lead by 302. They'll want to, if they can, give Notts absolutely no chance, and all put it down to their resolve and their ability to bat for a full day tomorrow to get the draw.
Here is Mullaney again, and North East again looks to drive, but it's straight back to the Notts captain. Yes, it could be a significant day, as I've seen a few observers on Twitter pointing out this afternoon, with Worcestershire. They're 169 for 2, needing a further 69 runs to beat Middlesex, who started this round of fixtures in second place. As Mullaney is in, and North East dabs that down to backward point where Montgomery fields. And that's the end of the 70th over, with Glamorgan 269 for 4, a lead of 302.
Yes, I think both Notts and Glamorgan would welcome a Worcestershire victory in that game. Of course, if Glamorgan can win this one, they can they'll go second, and they'll be right up there, challenging at the top once again. 269 for 4. Still got 11 overs to go until tea. So, possibility we're not going to be that far behind the schedule. Liam Patterson-White to continue. 15 overs, 2 for 56 to the spinner at the moment. And now he's bowling to Billy Root. The left-hander yet to score. Plays this on the leg side, and there's no run. First innings Root was caught at slip by Brett Hutton off the bowling of Dane Patterson for 12. Be looking to make more of a mark in the second innings against his former county. Plays this into the offside. Montgomery, who's still yet to bowl, does the fielding. 269 for 4. Only once in their history have Notts chased 400 to win a game. This is dropped on the leg side, Hutton fields, and there's no run. That was back in 2001 when they actually chased 461 at New Road, Worcester, to win. Next one tossed up there, and Root is off the mark, driving it out square of the wicket as far as Slater, who does well to slide himself into position to pick up the ball and throw all in one. He throws to the non-striker's end, and it's nicely gathered by the bowler. 270 for 4.
Yeah, a bit more of a shuffle around the field. Still quite a containing field from Notts, despite that flurry of wickets.
I'd love to get North East out. He's a player I know they admire greatly. He's pushed this into the offside gently as far as a mead. So earlier today, the first result from this round of matches, Essex defeating Gloucestershire by 9 wickets at Chelmsford. 13 wickets in the match to Simon Harmer. Next one's cut away by North East, past to Mead this time, and he'll take the single. 271 for 4. A lot of high-scoring games around the country. Huge potential for Lancashire, Somerset and Yorkshire, Surrey to end in draws. The other Division 1 games are Hampshire, Warwickshire and Kent Northants, where they may be able to manufacture something. And in Division 2, Derbyshire 179 for 4 in their second innings at Durham, a lead of 166. Half centuries for Brooke Guest and Leicester Ploy. We've talked about Middlesex, Worcestershire and Sussex, Leicestershire at Hove. A high-scoring draw seems on the cards there.
Steve Mullaney is going to continue from the River End. Been a productive spell so far from the Notts captain. He's in over the wicket to North East, who defends.
Yeah, he's bowling very nicely, isn't he? 10.1 overs now, 1 for 18 for Mullaney.
Yeah, I can't think of many freebies, if any, he's bowled. Even when he's been hit to the boundary, they've been pretty decent deliveries. As he's into North East, who looks to drive onto the offside, but again, no run.
Well, he's come on and stemmed the flow of runs against batsmen who were just playing really with, in Boycott's language, playing with a stick of rhubarb. Came on back end of the morning and kept Lloyd and Byrom quiet, and then Byrom and Ingram when they were scoring freely.
Mullaney in again, a slower delivery this time, which North East just watchfully dabs to the offside. He's bringing out his white ball party tricks on occasion, isn't he, Mulaney? You can see that. There's deliveries where he seems to roll his fingers over the ball. He's in once again to North East, who drives expansively this time. He'll be cut off at deep point. Just a single. You get the impression that Root and North East are starting a bit of a rebuild here. The run rates dropped a little. Glamorgan still in a strong position, but perhaps not steaming ahead at the same pace they were earlier.
Still Chris Cook to come of the recognised batsmen, and then the all-rounders Nisa, Salter, Harris, Hogan down at the bottom.
Mulaney is into Root, who defends. One ball left in this over. There's Mulaney. Kicks a little dirt away from the footholds. Yeah, the talk of an evening declaration seems to have quietened from our correspondence with listeners, as Mulaney is in and Root blocks that at the end of the over. Glamorgan are 272 for 4. They lead by 305.
We're not too far away from the second new ball becoming due as well. 72 overs have gone. I know yesterday we were sort of saying it was absolutely inevitable that Glamorgan would take it, because the 70 over mark, Notts were going along very nicely indeed, and a couple of wickets fell, and then the second new ball was taken, and Hogan and Nisa just managed to polish off the lower order completely. This time I'm not so sure. I think I'd probably just keep these two going, as Patterson White bowls to North East, who plays this on the offside. Hamid fields, and there's no run. There's not too much in the wicket to help Brett Hutton or Luke Fletcher with that second new ball. But Patterson White and Mulaney both bowling very tidily, very economically, as a single's picked off here by North East, who moves to 21, 274 for 4. So keep Glamorgan out there as long as they can, make them take the chances if they or take one or two chances if they want to increase the tempo, accelerate their run rate. Might bring about another wicket or two. Here's Patterson White bowling to Billy Root. Oh, that's a little bit edgy, a little bit open-faced, deliberate, but either way he's got it down to third man for 4. I just wonder how the pace has been imparted on that ball, really, because Liam Patterson White's not the quickest of bowlers, and Billy Root just almost angled the bat and it ran away, but it shot over the outfield and down to the boards for another boundary. First for Root, he's on to 5, 277 for 4, the lead 310.
Yeah, given the fine weather, the outfield does seem to be a pretty quick one.
Patterson White have been miffed by that. Root on the reverse this time, but he's going to hit the same spot on the same advertising board. Goes quicker this time with the reverse, certainly imparting a bit of extra speed on the ball. And Root has quickly gone from 1 to 5 to 9 in 2 deliveries, 281 for 4.
Yeah, Steve Moore's been in touch on Twitter to say that Plan A has to be bat the day out now. Earlier he was thinking that posting a 450 lead and having an hour to bowl might have been the target, but he reckons that'll have been revised now after those wickets.
Next delivery on its way, and Root defends. Oh, crikey, the ball rolled back under the bat. He could sense it was going to go very close to the stumps, turned round and had to play hockey a little bit just to dribble the ball away from hitting the stumps, and just about managed to do that. Must have been very close. It'd been lovely to have had some side-on pictures there to see how close it was to either the ball or his own bat hitting the stumps, but he survives as he does this next delivery to conclude Patterson White's over. He's through 17 overs now, 2 for 67. Glamorgan 281 for 4 with North East 21, and Billy Root with those 2 boundaries on 9.
That was an interesting hockey shot, as you say. Yeah, it was almost the case that bat was perilously close to the stumps. It looked like, didn't it, as well as the ball.
Just behind us, there's a a magnificent bright blue surface, artificial surface, and a hockey pitch, isn't there? And all you can see from our commentary position as you look behind at the Cathedral Road end is, all I can see, are 3 words in Welsh, and I wonder what they mean. I wonder what they mean.
Here is Mulaney to northeast, who blocks it back at him.
And then when I went down a flight of stairs, I could actually see behind the tree that was blocking my view, and the other side of the tunnel, those 3 words say National Hockey Centre. So it's obvious what those 3 words meant. But yeah, obviously a big thing. It's a real sporting complex, this here at Swalek, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes. Mulaney is in to northeast, who drives to point for no run. Yeah, you've got the what was the Welsh Institute of Sport, so Sport Wales, the main governing body, are based just behind that stand with the daffodils on it. You've got the National Hockey Centre, and then you've got a rugby and football pitch adjacent to that, where the likes of the Welsh national rugby men's team have trained on in the past. They're now on the outskirts of Cardiff, as Mulaney is in, and northeast plays that to mid-wicket for no run. So yeah, in this kind of bit of Pontcanna, then Canton, you've got quite a few kind of sporting clubs and organisations.
And not forgetting, the media car park is at the Bowls Club.
Yes, an important sporting landmark in these parts. Mulaney is in, and northeast drives to mid-on, where Luke Fletcher does the... No, I'm sorry, not he's moved to mid-off. That's the quite differently shaped Brett Hutton.
With his, I presume it's his cap on top of his floppy sun hat. Strange effect.
And Mulaney's quickly into his next delivery, which northeast defends. It's as if Mulaney's keeping up this over it all by himself.
Yeah. Don't know if they are adjusting the over 8 as it happens one way or another, or they're just doing it at sessions. It just seems as if they are changing them at the end of each session.
And here is the not skipper once more, and northeast whips that through off his legs for a single to end the over. Glamorgan 282 for 4. They lead by 315.
This was always going to be a long old session. 34.4 overs to be bowled in it by Nottinghamshire, but they're getting there. 7 more overs remain. Lunchtime score was 172 for 1, so we've already had more than 100 runs in this session. 110 for 3 in the afternoon session. Liam Patterson-White to continue. Got a sub-fielder on, that's Calvin Harrison, to take his position at mid-on. See who that's gone off, might be Dane Patterson. Next delivery, hit down the ground, partially stopped, in fact sufficiently stopped by Liam Patterson-White to deter the run. He just deflected it to Joey Everson at mid-off. Good work by the bowler. 282 for 4, Glamorgan. Bowled out on the first day for 318. Patterson-White bowls again once more. It's played in the direction of Everson, but this time with softer hands, so they had a leisurely 2 or 3 seconds to amble down to the opposite end. A single for Northeast takes him to 23. 283 for 4, Glamorgan's lead now 316 over the league leaders. Patterson-White bowls, Root plays a glorious shot through the offside for 4. Minimal amount of backlift, plenty of power imparted by Billy Root. Wristily forces it through the offside for 4. Nice looking shot.
Yeah, one of those where he really threw his hands through it, didn't he? Like you say, not much backlift, but a wristy shot. Enjoys playing against spin like his brother. Yeah, fine shot.
Lead is 320. This the 75th over. Just a pause whilst they tinkered with the field. Montgomery's gone behind the umpire rather than in front at point. Next delivery pushed back to the bowler. Dane Patterson just, popped off the field. I just wonder if he's perhaps going to change his footwear. Perhaps he is going to share the second new ball. Maybe not. This one almost got through. I thought for a second, but Root brings the bat down to keep it out. So 6 overs to go until tea, 5 overs to go until the second new ball. No, I don't think they'll take it for 1 over. I think they'll get in and discuss the various merits as another single is taken by Root on the leg side. 288 for 4, the lead 3-2-1.
Yeah, especially considering the way Patterson, White and Mullaney have bowled. They've stemmed the flow, they've of runs, they've brought that run rate down and taken wickets as well. So yeah, certainly the most productive spell Notts have had today. So yeah, as you say, probably makes sense to get in at tea, reassess, and perhaps take that new ball after tea with a refreshed pace attack. For the time being, though, it will be Mullaney to continue from the river end. Billy Root is on strike. Again, it's a relatively defensive field. No slip in place. Nobody in a catching position. Ring in to stop the single, and plenty of boundary runners as he's in over the wicket, and Root defends. Yeah, those on the boundary are at third man, deep extra cover, deep mid wicket, and backwards square leg. So Mullaney has plenty of cover if he does bowl a loose ball, which he hasn't really done so far, as he's in over the wicket to Root, who's forward defensively. Yeah, Glamorgan's lead 321 as tea looms. Mullaney in once more to Root, who's prodding the ball defensively again, with Hamid doing some good fielding work in the covers.
Yeah, good sliding stop. Batted very nicely yesterday, Asiba Mead. That was a real blow for Nottinghamshire when he got out. Montgomery was nicely set at the other end, but just thought Asiba Mead was in the right sort of frame of mind and form to bat all day.
Mullaney is into Root, who blocks that one. Another tidy over this from Mullaney, going for less than 2 runs and over in his 13th over. As he turns and runs in again under blue skies. Root looks to drive but doesn't quite time it. There'll be no run there. A bit more cloud cover in Cardiff now. Some grey clouds, but the sky is still a very pleasant blue, and the temperature is still warm here in the mid-20s. Still ideal batting conditions as Mullaney is in to Root, who is prodding this defensively. And that's another maiden from the Notts skipper. Glamorgan 288 for 4 after 76 overs, a lead of 321.
Yeah, tidy stuff from the Notts captain there. No free runs on offer for Glamorgan batsman. 76 overs have gone. And 5 overs before tea. We're not going to be that far away from the scheduled tea break of 3:40. Might just be a few minutes afterwards, but not too far away. Normally by the third day of a match you're sort of half an hour or so behind where you should be, but both sides have got on with it here. This one's cut away into the offside by North East for a single. Moves on to 24. See one more delivery and I'll have to go and update the listeners to the Robin Hood county. 289 for 4. Glamorgan's lead is 322. Of course, Notts will be reassessing at tea, so will Glamorgan. This one is driven through the offside, and there's going to be runs here, and probably 4 of them. Slater can't get close enough to even consider putting the dive in. It was well away from him. And a lovely looking shot from Billy Root. He moves on to 18, 293 for 4.
Yeah, his past 2 boundaries off Patterson White have been very aesthetically pleasing shots, Billy Root. And that has prompted Patterson White to change his angle of attack as he'll come around the wicket to the left-handed Root, who is now on 18. Patterson White from the Cathedral Road end around the wicket, and Root defends, no run. Yeah, Root has had some joy driving through the covers and reverse sweeping against Patterson White, who's taken 2 wickets this afternoon. He's around the wicket, fires it in, full delivery, which Root blocks. Two more deliveries in the over for Patterson White, who's in, and again Root defends, smothering that ball, and looks down on the pitch. No real demons in this surface as of yet. Some variable bounce for the seamers earlier, but doesn't seem to be turning a great deal for the spinners as Patterson White comes around the wicket and Root drives just backward of point for a single, which will bring the 77th over to its conclusion. Glamorgan now 294 for 4, a lead of 327. Yes, 3 overs until the new ball is available, but it might well be that Mullaney and Patterson White continue until tea. Mullaney and his pace bowlers Hutton and Patterson are in conversation, perhaps discussing that very topic. And the towering figure of Luke Fletcher comes over to join in that conversation. I wonder if the new ball is what they're discussing. It's like breaking play while we wait for those players to join that think tank, and I'm joined now by Nick Webb.
Yeah, Glamorgan just getting a little bit of momentum re-established with Billy Root getting going. Some pleasant driving through the offside from Root. 4 boundaries so far. Lead 327. They'll kick themselves if it's not 400 plus from here.
You'd think so. Yeah, still a comfortable position. And after that, slightly momentum-changing flurry of wickets for Nottinghamshire. It is Glamorgan who are still very much in the ascendancy as Mullaney continues from the river end and Root drives to the covers for a single.
I have to give all credit to Mullaney though for going at 1.5 runs and over when the opposition are well on top and he comes in.
Yeah, he and Patterson White, but Mullaney in particular, having been so economical, has really made a difference, because this game could have got away from them, couldn't it, at that spell when Byrom and Ingram were scoring at 5 runs and over. As Mullaney is in and Northeast defends. He's got a very tight line and length, isn't he, the not skipper?
Yes, he was tight in the first innings, going at 3 and over. It's been even better in the second innings. It just shows what can be done when you bowl 6 straight deliveries most overs.
And he's in once more to Northeast, who whips that down to fine leg for a single. Northeast content to play a simple game, an odd single here and there, whereas Root has started at a brisker pace. 4 boundaries so far for his 20 runs from 26 balls. And Mullaney will come around the wicket to the left-handed Root. He's in, and Root is forward, defending. No run.
When discussing ducks earlier, Neil Thornycroft reports that he got a diamond duck at Southern Down off a wide, so I suppose no balls at all would have elapsed between the two wickets.
There is Mullaney to Root, who is defending that ball.
Hugh Knight inquiring, do Glamorgan have the firepower to bowl knots out again? Is the pitch more placid now? No, I think it's very marginally deteriorating, but not significantly at the moment. There have probably been a few more keeping low today than the first couple.
Here comes Mullaney to Root, who drives but fielded by the bowler.
In terms of firepower, well, Glamorgan are not over-blessed with bowling options in this match. The 5 bowlers used in the first innings being Nisa, Hogan, Harris, Lloyd and Salter. So Salter may well have to do a containing job at one end in any prospective Nottinghamshire chase. Liam Patterson-White, who has 2 for 79 in his 19 overs, is in from the Cathedral Road end, and Northeast drives gently back to the bowler, and there's no run. Most of the crowd today have again gone for shade rather than sunshine. There are larger numbers than usual at this Cathedral Road end and fewer at the River Taff end as Northeast comes down the wicket using his feet and drives on the leg side, fielded by Ben Slater, the guardian of the grandstand, away to our right. Northeast 26 not out. Glamorgan lead by 330 runs. Just a couple of overs left after this until tea, as Root stretches forward and defends. So at lunch, Glamorgan were 172 for 1. 3 wickets so far falling for 125 in the afternoon session. Reasonably even, but Northants getting a finger hold back in it as Root defends again to Patterson-White. But given the strength of the Glamorgan match position going into this session, Glamorgan still, you'd far rather be in their shoes in the dressing room. Patterson-White bowls down the wicket, comes Root and then defends when he gets there and runs back to his crease, performing a little loop in the middle of the wicket, and Joe Clark steps out from behind the stumps and scrapes something away, and Billy Root prods it suspiciously. Patterson-White left arm round, and Root defends watchfully with an eye on being still there to reset into the final session of the day. This is going to be a tea at around about 340, which is pretty rare, so Nottinghamshire over 8 may well improve still further from its present +2.
Praise be.
Not that we don't love our job commentating on cricket for a living, but 7 o'clock finishes are a little irksome.
Yeah, over 8 seem to be one of the banes of the sport at all levels, doesn't it?
Not particularly at test level.
Quite. Fans regularly shortchanged there as Mullaney continues from the river end and goes down the leg side. Clark looks to stump Northeast, but umpire Adnan doesn't seem to be interested.
No, Northeast just seemed to maybe lose his footing for a moment there, and he did have to get his right foot back down again because Clark did well to whip off the bails, and had we been playing with TV umpire, that would have been, I think, definitely an umpire referral upstairs.
Mullaney is in over the wicket. And Northeast drives that for no run.
But we don't even have a match referee for this one because the man appointed is off sick. They didn't have a reserve available.
chance for the players to back chat and get away with it.
Umpires in sole charge.
Mullaney is in to northeast, who drives that to mid-wicket for no run.
And Glamorgan have been bad boys on one occasion, losing 5 runs at Durham for a couple of alleged gestures of dissent, which Alex Wharf is obviously in a disciplinarian mood that day, punishing his former club.
There comes Mullaney. Northeast defends. Yeah, there was a good moment from Patterson White with his dismissal of Byrom, who was the old Stuart Broad favourite, the old celeb appeal, wasn't it? He was wheeling away before the umpire had even started, raising his finger. Good to see.
I think if I were an umpire, that would make me less inclined to give it out, were there any doubt at all.
Mullaney is in. And Northeast kind of uppishly drives in a defensive manner to that one. This could be another maiden for Mullaney.
It's going to be the promptest tea interval we've had this season, without weather interruptions, that is.
2 balls left in this penultimate over before tea, and Northeast drives out to deep point. Montgomery does the fielding, so a single to Northeast. He moves on to 28. Glamorgan 227, sorry. Glamorgan now 298 for 4. They lead by 331.
So these two have put on 36 already for the 5th wicket, which shows you really how strong Glamorgan's grip on the game was. Nottinghamshire have slowed things down, certainly, with Mullaney bowling very tightly, just going for 1.5 and over, but Patterson White got the 2 wickets. He's still going at 4 runs per over. Can he add a 3rd wicket to his collection, as on the back foot Northeast plays one gently through a gap on the offside, fielded by James, coming in off the cover boundary. Single taken, 299 for 4. This next delivery is turned round the corner by Root to short fine leg, but there's no run as Mullaney himself does the fielding. Unusual position for a skipper at short fine leg. No slips in place as this one is turned into a gap by Root at square leg, and the applause is for the 300 on the board for Glamorgan. Pleasant sight indeed for home supporters, with just 4 wickets down and a lead of 333 runs. So Glamorgan enjoying today on the whole. As Patterson White bowls, Northeast defends. So a reminder that commentary will resume in 20 minutes time at 4 o'clock. Patterson White bowls and turned down towards fine leg by Northeast. There'll be a couple of runs here at least. It'll be picked up just inside the boundary, and they'll jog back comfortably for 2. 302 for 4. Lead 335 here on BBC Sport Online. Also available via the county websites. Thankfully we're, I think, backfiring on all cylinders after this morning's spluttering start. Faster ball from Patterson White is defended by Northeast. That is the end of this afternoon's entertainment here at Sophia Gardens. Play resumes at 4 o'clock. Glamorgan 302 for 4. Northeast 30, Root 21. 2 wickets in the afternoon session to Liam Patterson White, 1 to Steve Mullaney. Ed Byrom eventually out for 144. Thanks for your company. We'll be back in 20 minutes.
I've got some tea time scores from around the country. Everywhere else, the games in the LV Insurance County Championship, like the one here, are in their third day. We'll start at the Aegeus Bowl, where Warwickshire are 140 for 6, so they're trailing Hampshire by 13 runs. At Chesterley Street, Derbyshire have moved on to 216 for 4 in their second innings, so they're leading Durham by 203. Tea time at home sees Leicestershire on 388 for 4 in their first innings, still trailing Sussex by 200 runs. Tea time at Scarborough sees Surrey on 410 for 6, still trailing Yorkshire by 111 runs. It's not quite tea yet at Merchant Taylors, where Worcestershire are 202 for 3 in their second innings. Worcestershire still require a further 36 runs to beat Middlesex. At Southport, Lancashire in their first innings are 424 for 2, trailing Somerset by 22 runs. And at the Spitfire St Lawrence, Northamptonshire in their second innings are 121 for 3, so Northamptonshire lead Kent by 89. Earlier this afternoon there was a result at Chelmsford where Essex beat Gloucestershire by 9 wickets, Simon Harmer taking 13 wickets in the game. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sophia Gardens. There's also information about the various matchday hospitality packages which are also available. If you're seeking a scorecard or a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure or a copy of the Glamorgan yearbook, you can purchase all of these via electronic means from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Also, these items plus much more can be purchased in the Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and to access the shop, please use the walkway in front of the Cassette Howell stand. The shop will be open until approximately 5 o'clock. As far as refreshments are concerned, food, drink and ice cream can be purchased again using electronic means from the kiosk and mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. And members, don't forget that tea and coffee will be available between 10 and 11 tomorrow morning, and also from 3:30 until 4:30. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is still open. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. There's a special display there commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan England cricketer, who was also a very well-known journalist and broadcaster, who sadly passed away in the spring of 2020. And finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to Sophia Gardens today. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they're watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this. So if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence to your nearest steward. Cricket is a game for everyone, and thank you for joining us in Raising the Game.
Second floor of the road.
Show your membership to get in, and then they think you're a Glamorgan member. But I don't think you.
We saw Richard Stevenson head towards some place in the village, so he's going to go out.
He told me he was staying till the close. But I bet he might not be.
To resume the Glamorgan second innings, the two not-out batters, Sam Northeast and Billy Root. And to resume the bowling for Notts at the river end, Steve Mullaney.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to BBC Sport Online listeners and Glamorgan stream viewers. The update for BBC Radio Wales listeners to come very shortly, and then we'll be kicking into commentary of this afternoon session. We're about to start after tea for the final session with Glamorgan on 302 for 4. That's already a formidable lead of 335 despite a Notts fight back with the ball in mid-afternoon. Eddie Byrom has been Glamorgan's main man with 144 off 204 balls. Another excellent innings from the former Somerset man. David Lloyd made 60, Colin Ingram 33. 3 wickets fell in quick succession in the afternoon, but Glamorgan have re-established some momentum. Sam Northeast on 30, Billy Root 22, Glamorgan 303 for 4. As a single is taken off the first ball of the afternoon session, and BBC Radio Nottingham's Dave Bracegirdle hits himself in the face with a pair of headphones, which is quite a trick.
Yeah, it's something I try and do every Wednesday.
Lightens the mood. In comes Mullaney and bowls. Northeast on the back foot, plays back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a bit of a snappy action, isn't there, to the earpieces, and that one snapped back and clipped me across the nose. Don't do that again, Bracegirdle, it said.
In the possibly the same way as Montgomery managed to smack himself in the face with a cricket ball yesterday. Mullaney is in to bowl to Northeast, who defends back down the wicket. No run.
You know everything. Close of play score today, sir. Go on.
I suspect Glamorgan may declare. I think that's more likely than not. If they can push on, get the lead over 400. As Mullaney bowls and Northeast drives back to the bowler. I would say the close of play score would be Notts 15 without loss, chasing somewhere north of 400. I think Glamorgan will probably give themselves a few overs tonight, though I wouldn't necessarily do that myself. Mullaney into bowl. Northeast on the back foot defends to mid-on.
You'd bat for these 2 hours and beyond if you could?
At least tonight. Yeah,
Sorry, I'm sounding like the Spanish Inquisition, aren't I? Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Yes, I would bat for 2 hours tonight.
Yeah, there's merit in what you say. It's obviously the rate at which they score in this session, I guess.
Mullaney bowls and Northeast defends back to the bowler. So Steve Mullaney starting in the same economical way in which he's functioned for most of the afternoon, drawing up one end And it is 303 for 4, 82 overs on the board.
Yeah, I was about to say, so part of the Nottinghamshire chat was let's not take the second new ball and give them something hard and new to have a little bit of a go at. Let's just keep it going with this old dog-chewed thing for a while and see if we can just keep the brakes on. Once you've taken it, you can't go back, of course, but I think this is a good ploy to keep going with this one. Billy Root, who played very positively when he arrived at the crease, pushes this straight back to Liam Patterson-White. 303 for 4. And this Patterson-White in again and bowls, and this has dropped on the leg side. Not sure if they'll have played any cricket together, Root and LPW at Notts. When did Billy leave? End of 2018 season? Did he come to Glamorgan for start of 2019? Something like that. This is pushed back to the bowler.
Yes, it's third or fourth season with Glamorgan, I'll tell you now.
Yeah, I don't know. Might have done. Liam might have played 1 or 2 second 11 games with him. 303 for 4. Root plays this off his pads onto the leg side, out to Hamid.
So this is Root's 4th season with Glamorgan. He made his debut here in 2019, and Patterson-White made his Nottinghamshire debut in 2019. So it would have been second 11, if anything, that they played together.
Yeah. He's in again and bowls, and North East runs this out onto the offside. Mullaney doing the fielding. There's no run. He had an eventful first-class debut, did Liam Patterson-White, in that 29 season down at Taunton. There's really good work there from him as North East came charging towards him, looking to straight drive. He was out of his ground, drilled it back. The bowler reacted quickly, fielded it and threw it back to the stumps, and North East had to scramble to get back home. 304 for 4. Yeah, his first-class debut at Taunton. Notts were in the field on the first morning at the midday drinks break. 1 or 2 of his teammates say, "You're all right, mate, you're not looking very well." And said, "Don't feel very well." And they got the physio out there, they whisked him off, took him straight off to hospital. He'd got tonsillitis. He spent the next day in bed. 24 hours off the field, he came back into the game to get a duck, and then in the second innings he got a 5 Quite extraordinary debut.
Mullaney to Billy Root, who chops one down to third man for a single. 305 for 4. Root to 24 not out. Showed some application then in getting himself into the game despite a day in bed. 305 for 4.
Now Worcestershire have defeated Middlesex.
Hey! As Mullaney bowls and North East runs it down to third man for a single. We've said that quite a lot today.
Yeah.
Been a lot of just steers from several batsmen. 306 for 4.
So that's going to query the pitch at the top of the Division 2 table one way or another. It's got to be good news for both Notts and Middlesex. For Notts and Glamorgan, I beg your pardon. Middlesex losing.
As that is played gently by Root on the offside to Hamid at cover. No run.
Middlesex will only take 3 bowling points from that match, so they're going to lose ground on Notts, and well, they'll be overtaken by Glamorgan as well, I think, whatever happens in this one.
Surely, says Steve West, we can attain another 100 runs with 6 wickets in hand. Well, who knows? We'll find out in the next couple of hours as Root defends. Let's see if the championship table has yet been updated on the BBC website. So Worcestershire have sort of theoretically moved ahead of Glamorgan for the time being, but with Glamorgan 6 points, they'll be back ahead of Worcestershire. As Root defends another one on the leg side, so no visible signs in these few overs after tea about Glamorgan looking to push on, and
Yeah, they'll have a look for 2 or 3
Yeah.
overs, won't they? So
Yeah.
what's the disparity or the difference between Middlesex and Worcestershire then? As you've got the table up.
I have got the table up. Middlesex have 138, Worcestershire 127. As forward comes Root and defends to mid-off. There is no run. So, as things stand, not counting the points that these two sides have already gathered in this game, Notts 146, Middlesex 138, having completed their 9th game, Worcestershire 127, Glamorgan 123. But of course Glamorgan have already got 6 from this game, so they'll go back ahead of Worcestershire and will hope to climb ahead of Middlesex. Nottinghamshire will have other ideas, but Nottinghamshire will be at least 13 clear even if they were to lose this. So no cause for alarm at Trent Bridge.
There's Liam Patterson-White round the wicket bowling, and North East steps back and clubs it out into the offside where Lyndon James is doing the fielding. I don't think he's not bowled in this match, Lyndon James, has he, for reasons best known to the Nottinghamshire camp.
You wonder if there's a fitness issue, don't they, given that they have needed bowling options.
Well, he's just hurtled that ball in 70 yards straight over the top. So there can't be that many fitness issues, I don't think, as this one's eased into the offside. I think most of the things that requires your body to be able to propel a ball like that 70 yards through the air would also enable him to be able to bowl it 22 yards. But they've opted not to go in that direction. Liam Patterson-White bowls. This one's cut away by Root into the offside. Slater comes in off the fence quickly, keeps them to 1. Good work, Ben Slater.
He's earned his corn today, Ben Slater, hasn't he? Defending the grandstand.
308 for 4.
Has covered quite a lot of ground on that side.
We're in the 85th over now. Liam Patterson-White himself is in his 23rd. Bowls. North East leaves his crease, but just happy to play the ball on its merit and push it into the covers where Hamid fields. The lead 3-4-1. Got 28 overs after this one left in the 3rd day. Next delivery on its way. Again cut into the offside straight to Hamid.
Yeah, he's giving himself room on several occasions, North East, isn't he? Stepping back and looking to force through the covers.
Umpire Hassan Adnan looks on as Patterson-White comes round his left shoulder, and then North East whips this one away onto the leg side for another single. 309 for 4. Just gradual accumulation at the start of this session, as you'd expect, as you'd want. Don't go full throttle into 5th or 6th gear at the start of a session unless absolutely necessary. Just have a little look. They'll know that second new ball's around the corner.
Derbyshire fighting back well against Durham. 225 for 4. Both Guest and Duploy are in the 90s. At T, Derbyshire led by 211 runs as the first ball of Mulaney's over is a dot ball. Played on the offside by North East.
Saw Keaton Jennings had brought up his double 100 at Southport.
Oof. 309 for 4. Glamorgan lead 3-4-2. As Mulaney bowls, North East works it away down towards fine leg for a single. Be interesting to. How many's Mulaney bowled on the bounce now? It's by either side of T, I suppose, which means he can bowl a longer spell.
Yeah. I'm not sure if this is an unbroken spell or a spell broken only by T, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is.
Mulaney is in to bowl. A yell from somewhere in the middle as Root just blocks it on the onside. North East thought there might be a single, but they decide otherwise.
So Nottinghamshire's plans clearly are to just keep going as before and try not to let Glamorgan run up ahead of steam. Glamorgan would seem like their plan is to let's just bat through an hour, take drinks, and then see where we are.
Mullany bowls, Root drives back to the bowler, fields in his follow through, no run.
If they can get 50 or 60 runs, risk-free runs in the first hour after tea, then they might consider, right, let's just get a quick swashbuckling 40 more and then have a go.
That's a possibility, as we are heading for a prompt finish tonight. Great rarity. Mullany bowls and Root plays it into the offside. Scrambling stop by Montgomery at backward point.
I tell you what, I bet we're not. I've just seen the knots over rate. +5 it is at the moment. +5. So this session is going to be dragged out almost inevitably. And then if they do have a change of innings, of course, then the 10 minutes between the interval.
As that is played into the offside by Root. This time there will be runs. Well, just the one as the man at cover. James fields on the run and dissuades them from a second. 311 for 4, 344 ahead. Well, no, I'm not suggesting that Nottinghamshire would bowl any extra overs, but we might finish at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, there'll be that 10-minute interval, won't there? And Glamorgan starting with pace and all the thought, the understandable thought that goes into the field setting. Just watch Joey Everson there, picked up a seagull feather and tried and threw it away, and the breeze brought it straight back to him. Here's Patterson White to bowl to the left-handed Root, left armour to left-hander. Root just pushes it gently, square of the wicket on the offside. Again, the busy Slater comes into field. 312 for 4. Glamorgan closing in on their first innings 318.
Scotland are getting a hammering from Nepal.
North East has 34. This one into the pads. Do tell.
Scotland made 140 something. I've lost the page now. Anyway, Nepal are going to win easily. They're 60 for 1, chasing 140 odd.
They're being played in Zimbabwe, aren't they, those matches? Aren't they? I think they are.
Quite possibly, quite possibly.
312 for 4. Next delivery is lifted down the ground over Patterson White. 2 bounces for 4. I was expecting to hear a thud into the advertising boards. Must be a fairly dull board down there. It did ricochet back to almost as far as the boundary rope. Nice looking shot. 316 for 4.
Yes, you got a feeling North East's been looking for that one because he's been using his feet coming down the wicket and defending.
In fact, the fifth wicket partnership now worth 54 with that boundary. We didn't get any applause or anything for the 50 partnership. That snuck by unnoticed at the start of this over. Patterson White's nearly got a century. 2 for 93 his figures. This is his 24th over. He's in again and bowls, and North East down on one knee trying to lap it over his left shoulder. An appeal from Joe Clark, who clearly felt there wasn't much bat involved, but the umpire has given him runs nonetheless. And Glamorgan now do have their first innings score matched, but this time for only 4 wickets down. 318 for 4. North East on to 40. Such a good player. Began with Kent, went to Hampshire. Things broke down there last year. Had a game with Yorkshire, 2 games with Notts. Pushes this to mid-on and there's no run, and now finds himself in his 5th county, Glamorgan. And he's too good a player to be out of county cricket. He should have a fruitful few years down here. 318 for 4. The lead is 351.
Yeah, this is the first of a 3-year contract, so Glamorgan were obviously keen to nail him down, having bounced around, played for 3 different counties last summer, which must have been rather unsettling. As it is, his principal residence is still in Canterbury, where his better half and his young child are living. 318 for 4. As slower ball from Mullaney, played by Root, slowly up to mid-on, and that slowness enables them to get a single before Fletcher can come in and field. So Mullaney hasn't bowled unchanged. I think, if I'm reading this card correctly, they bowled 3 overs in his first spell. We had a double change after over 57. So these two have bowled somewhere about 14 overs each. On the bounce, with the tea interval giving them a bit of a rest. Mullaney bowls northeast, flicks one away off his legs down to Everson at fine leg. I'll go through for a single. 320 for 4. Lead 3-5-3. If you want to contact us via Twitter, Brace Cricket, Nick Webb 2017, Dav Pritchard. As that's worked into a gap on the offside by Billy Root. Single taken. It's almost cricket by consent at the moment, isn't it? Glamorgan are happy to score 3 or 4 singles and over, and Nottinghamshire are happy to let them.
That's right.
Northeast's breakout to hit Patterson White backer over the top. A rare disturbance of the equilibrium. Mullaney bowls. Northeast's pushes up to mid off and does not take the single as Fletcher, recognising they'd taken the single to him fairly recently, came in rather more quickly.
At Lord's early this season, obviously against Middlesex, there was something similar. One was pushed to him there and he threw down the stumps.
As Northeast goes for another big one, and he's hit that one well over, long on. It's gone all the way for half a dozen, as Northeast pressing the accelerator occasionally and really lent into that one, timed it nicely, went over wide, long on for 6. Northeast 47, 327 for 4.
Yeah, if he'd hit it straighter, he wouldn't have had to hit it so far. He hit it to just about the longest boundary, still comfortably cleared the ropes. Yes, Josh Ducaries of Middlesex was run out a direct throw from Fletcher at Lord's, and he did a lap of honour.
Northeast drives the next one towards the aforementioned Fletcher, who again hurls it into the pitch and towards Joe Clark. 327 for 4. Neil Thornycroft on Twitter says, I think we need some serious willow on leather now if we want to win. Ian Evans, on the other hand, is quite happy for Glamorgan to play it carefully for a while and for the tail to try and smack it.
Got to get to the tail first. This pair doing a very nice job. Northeast within 3 of a 50. Second of the game. Billy Root on 29. 360 is the lead. 327 for 4. Add 33 to whatever the total is. And you'll be able to do it for yourself. Liam Patterson-White fields off his own bowling. The start of this over as we move closer to yet another bulletin at 4:30. The day flying by here. Next delivery driven by Root. It's nicely fielded by Montgomery. '89th over of the innings in progress. Still with the I won't say the same ball. I think we did change it a couple of times, didn't we, early on? 327 for 4 is the score. Not quite been as bad today as some days with regards to the ball going out of shape. The next one is pushed behind square by Billy Root. He goes on to 30. 328 for 4.
Glammy podcast saying, should we be concerned about Kieran Carlson's form issues? Well, he seemed quite chipper about his form, and I spoke to him a couple of nights ago on the first night of the game. Made 46 in the first innings.
What's the saying? Form is temporary.
Class permanent.
Next one pulled away by the permanently classic Sam North East to go to yet another 50. Gets a handshake from Billy Root. Gets a generous round of applause from this Sophia Gardens crowd, and he'll also get his statistics read out by Dr. Hignell at the end of the over. Lovely pull from North East, and what's been a high quality innings from a very, very good player who should have played for England. 332 for 4.
96 balls, just 3 fours in the 6.
Patterson White to bowl to him, and he's driven this to mid-on. And Montgomery Fields played 2 games for Notts last year, and they won them both at Taunton and at Trent Bridge against Lancashire.
26 balls. It included 3 balls and 1 6.
Yeah, it's not that many runs in boundaries, is it, for a half century? But 18 in boundaries, so he's worked it round nicely. Never really looked in particular trouble. And it was just the class act that he's looked for most of the season.
Number of times today, Stephen Mullaney's gone and sought the counsel of Joe Clark. Seba Mead is the official vice-captain. 1 or 2 senior players, of course, not available. Ben Duckett always offers a thought or two. And now Seba Mead, right on cue, comes in just to join the party. It's almost as if they had an earpiece in there. And Stephen Mullaney, I'm chatting to you, Joe, about what we should do, but I ought to bring my vice-captain in, and he's done just that. So Mead has come across, like I say, with a +5 over 8. Don't be at all surprised if Nottinghamshire take a little bit of time out of the game in this session.
Yeah, I can afford to chat, but as long as they don't bowl extra overs before 6 o'clock, they'll be okay. That's from their point of view. As far as Carlson's form is concerned, well, he's reached an innings of 40 or 50 in 3 out of the last 4 championship games. There's only one of those where he's been dismissed cheaply in both innings. Top score this season of 91, but his average still around the 25 mark. He's capable of batter. I think that's without doubt. Oh, there's a hesitation, and Root could have been run out there as there was a yes, no, maybe, and the ball has it gone away for overthrows? No, it's been well stopped. 333 for 4, but that was a moment of alarm in Glamorgan ranks as Root pushed it way on the offside, and there was a bit of mid-wicket, mid-pitch indecision. 333 for 4. Mullaney into North East, 2 drives all along the ground up to long on, and they'll take a single. The effect of North East having whacked one over wide long on in the last over means that long on is now back for him, and long off is 2/3 of the way back. So there are singles to be milked straight for Sam North East. Long off has come into deep mid off for Root, who dabs that one down just past the umpire and goes through for a single. 335 for 4, and this is comfortable for Glamorgan despite the toil of Mullaney and Patterson White.
Yeah, Mullaney delving into his box of tricks again. There was another slower ball. They're visibly loopier, aren't they, his slowers?
Pace off, as that's another slowish delivery, and it's been smashed by North East again towards wide long on. This time it's 4 runs. There might have been a yelp of catch it, but it was not within the same postcode of long on, as he targeted the same area of the ground. It's a longer hit because the straight boundary is quite short here at Sophia Gardens. Only tends to be around the 55-metre mark.
Yeah, you get the sense that after Mullaney's very economical spell before tea, North East starting to get the measure of him.
As he steps back and cuts down to 3rd man for a single. North East moves to 57 and Glamorgan to 340 for 4. It's a lead of 373, and you get the feeling that Glamorgan may be just looking to up the run rate and look for a declaration tonight. Root drives, but straight to Hamid at cover, no run. And the over, 340 for 4, and these two have already added 78. They came together in the 68th over, so they've been ticking along at somewhere around 3.5 runs and over for this partnership after a little bit of a quiet spell. Got to credit to the visitors for drying up the run rate at certain points, but it's looking as though the match is back firmly in Glamorgan's grip again.
Yeah, absolutely. An overall run rate of 3.78 shows you that Glamorgan have gone well today, even with those periods that followed the wickets this afternoon where Notts have managed to wrestle back some momentum, but North East and Root look very comfortable at this stage. As Patterson White continues from the Cathedral Road end, he'll come around the wicket to the right-handed North East, who drives to mid-off for a single, takes him on to 58. And again, this defensive field continues. Patterson White staying around the wicket to the left-handed Root. Nobody in a catching position. Still a lot of boundary runners around the field. As Patterson White is in. A reverse sweep from Root. It goes fine. It looks like it'll go for 4, and it does. Second time that Root has played that shot to good effect. Finer than he played it before tee, but the same result. Root move on to 36, and Glamorgan have 345 for 4.
Yeah, it looks as though the gears are slowly being moved up.
Patterson White is in. Root drives well through the covers. That should get cut off on the boundary, and it is. Stop for a single.
Probably better later, actually, if you want to have a spell in the sunshine. Intense production meeting going on.
Patterson White comes around the wicket to North East, who plays on the back foot, chops it down to third man, and that will run away for 4 as well. A productive over for Glamorgan so far. That brings up the 350 for the home side in their second innings. They're 350 for 4. The lead is now worth 383.
It's noticeable how late North East can play the ball, just watching it very carefully onto the bat, and then a little flick of the wrist to guide it away down to third man. Very little risk.
Yeah, it was a good sign of a fine player, isn't it? Those who can play the ball late, sometimes behind the eye line, as Patterson White bowls, and North East goes for the slog sweep this time. That is high and handsome into the stands. Another 6 for the Glamorgan batter. He moves on to 68, and North Eastern Root really motoring now.
Yeah, looking at run rates in this innings, David Lloyd was going at 48 per 100 balls, Byrom 70, Ingram 82 per 100.
Patterson White is in. North East just plays that onto the offside, and Hamid fields. End of the over. Glamorgan 356 for 4, and they lead by 389 runs.
Root is going at 58 runs per 100 balls, and North East has just accelerated towards 60 with those couple of blows there. He's on 68 on the board, and Nottinghamshire meet for more consultations and drinks and discussions. With this positive over rate, they can afford to at least make sure they don't bowl extra overs, which they're in danger of doing. Hello, is that a fast bowler warming up in the distance? Mr. Fletcher is lobbing some deliveries down.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Luke Fletcher.
Didn't see any change of ball, and Dr. Hignell usually announces it, so maybe he'll bowl a couple of deliveries with the old ball.
Yeah, there's usually a sign from the umpire as well, isn't there?
Yeah. He's holding it hidden from us at the moment. Doesn't look like any shiny gold writing visible on there. 356 for 4. Partnership of 94 for this 5th wicket, after 3 wickets had fallen for just 14 runs in mid-afternoon. Fletcher then replaces Mullaney after his long spell. It's into bowl to Root, who chops it through mid-wicket for a single. 357 for 4. Root to 38. And Mullaney, I believe, bowled 17 overs for 42 runs in that spell. And the wicket of Kieran Carlson. The other 2 in the afternoon to Liam Patterson-White, and 1 this morning, the last ball of the morning session for Brett Hutton. Fletcher yet to get in the wickets column, and fielders spread far and wide. This is interesting tactics. They obviously think the new ball could go harder from these 2 as Fletcher bowls, and North East turns it to mid-wicket. They go through for a single. There are a lot of singles available, and Glamorgan here could score very comfortably at 4 or 5 runs and over without having to break sweat. Just 3 saving the single. You've brought your opening bowler back. Interesting.
Yeah, it has seemed to have been slightly confused at times from Notts, hasn't it?
Well, they haven't been on the back foot that often, I guess, this season. Fletcher in, bowls, Root drives. Oof, thought there might have been a single there. Mid-off is set well back. But it's not taken. Tav Pritchard, myself, Nick Webb, and Dave Bracegirdle, your commentary team for today and the best part of tomorrow. 358 for 4. Glamorgan 391 is the lead. You wonder if, when they get to 400, whether that'll signal a possible gear change. Fletcher, his fielder's just brought in a touch for Root, who works one into a gap on the offside for a single. 359 for 4. Mid-on and mid-offer were just maybe saving the single, depending on how hard the ball was hit. Now for North East, long on has retreated to the boundary ropes after he's hit a couple of big shots in that direction. Long off is 2/3, 3/4 of the way back towards the River Taff end. Most of the blue sky has given way now. There's just a little bit of hazy sunshine as Fletcher charges in, bowls a horrible bounce. That's a no ball. Banged it into the pitch and it just lolloped miles over North East's head. And that's another 2 runs and some wasted effort.
Yeah, it's funny how things can fluctuate so quickly, isn't it? After those wickets, we were speculating whether that would put an end to talk of a declaration before the end of play tonight, and with 21.2 overs remaining in play today and a lead of 394, you wouldn't rule it out completely, would you?
No, they can maybe swing the bat for 10 overs, having got past the 400 lead. Fletcher bowls, another lolloping bouncer. Oh, that's bounces short of Joe Clark, and it's gone through for a bye as Clark failed to gather cleanly. Well, that wasn't a great ball either, and it wasn't a great piece of keeping, and that is the century stand between these 2. Crowd alert, and that has taken them from the 68th to the 92nd over. So 4 runs and over.
Sports commentator's favourite. A knowledgeable crowd. An honour often bestowed on the Crucible snooker crowd when a player requires snookers.
Yes. Fletcher bustles in again, bowls. That's a better delivery. Root plays it down to backward point where it's fielded by Montgomery. No run. Fletcher maybe slightly disconsolate. Takes his hat back off the umpire. What is this thing I've been asked to bowl with? It's an old soft ball. It has no life in it whatsoever, and I've got to do a job with that. 395 is the lead.
Yeah, curious that Not still haven't taken the new ball. Unless they have by stealth and just not told anyone, and the ball looks old.
As Patterson surely won't put one to bowl with an old battered bit of leather.
Yeah, the umpires don't seem to be beckoning anyone to bring the new ball.
No, well, yes, Patterson is tossing it up, and that does not look like a new ball from what we can see of it on our screen.
Yeah, so Patterson returns to a very defensive field. Patterson is in from the Cathedral Road end, and northeast drives on the back foot, but it's fielded, no run.
Just get a feeling of the calm before a potential storm at the moment, don't you, from this game?
Yes, 5 men on the boundary, but you'd imagine Glamorgan will start testing those gaps sooner rather than later. They've given themselves a solid enough platform here. As Patterson comes in, northeast works it off his legs, but no run.
I think the correspondent earlier who suggested putting Nisa up the order. I mean, I know Cook can strike a long ball, but I think Nisa is likely to start the process more quickly, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. And we saw him promoted, didn't we, at Derbyshire when there was that quick run chase. So
yep.
They've shown willing to do it in the past. As Patterson runs in to northeast, who looks to drive expansively, but that will be cut off at long on. Just a single, but a show of intent there from Sam Northeast.
Yes, he's definitely looking to step on it at the moment. He's moved up to 70. Lots of scores for Glamorgan, but not a century as yet.
Yeah, curious that for Northeast, given his exploits in red and white ball cricket since joining the county.
Yeah, 97 not out in the T20, where he just failed to hit a 4 off the last ball to get there.
Patterson comes around the wicket to Root, who nudges it onto the offside for a quick single. That takes his score on to 40. Glamorgan 364 for 4, a lead of 397 now. Yeah, as you say, Nick, it does feel like we're just waiting for them to really step on that accelerator.
Yeah, we could have a flurry of boundaries, we could have a clatter of wickets. Something's going to happen surely in the next hour to change the pace of the game. Even if Glamorgan aren't going to declare tonight, it'll be overnight or first thing in the morning. Or soon in the morning.
Patterson is in, full ball, which Northeast digs out and plays onto the offside for a single. Almost like Patterson was going into one-day mode there. Yes, given the chases we've seen in Test cricket recently, you wouldn't rule anything out, but anything over 400 takes some chasing on a fourth day in a county championship match.
Absolutely. I mean, Glamorgan's 332 at Worcester was seen as a pretty big chase.
Patterson is around the wicket to Root, who defends to bring the 93rd over to its conclusion, with Glamorgan 365 for 4, a lead of 398.
If you are just joining us, the wicket takers in this innings: Brad Hutton dismissed David Lloyd just before lunch for 60. Liam Patterson-White got a couple in mid-afternoon to break the stand and dismiss both Eddie Byrom for 144 and Colin Ingram for 33. Kieran Carlson fell quickly to Stephen Mullaney for 2, caught behind, but since then the centuries stand from Northeast and Root, despite the containing efforts of Patterson-White and Mullaney, the medium pacer being particularly economical. But now they've gone back to their fast bowlers as Stephen Mullaney wanders back towards Luke Fletcher and hands him the ball. There's no sign of any gold writing, the glitter that you can usually see off a new ball. So Fletcher looking slightly disconsolate as he trudges back into the distance. Well, he's being asked to bowl to a field with only 2 saving the single at the moment. So work with that if you can, Luke. In he comes, bowls Northeast, flicks it away on the leg side between 2 fielders. They'll come back for a second run as Hasib Hamid does his best to cut it off, and those 2 runs bring a further ripple of applause to denote the 400 lead for Glamorgan at 367 for 4. Well, they were well placed overnight at 86 runs ahead with all their wickets in hand, but they really have ploughed on in some style today. Eddie Byrom and Sam Northeast particularly.
As you mentioned, Nick, with nobody saving the single on the onside, it just invites shots like Northeast just played there. 4 men on the boundary on the leg side and easy pickings.
Yeah, there are a lot of 2s to be had there, you'd suspect. They just play the ball gently, as that's a short ball hooked by Northeast towards mid-wicket. I'll take a single. There's another slightly scruffy throw coming in towards Joe Clark. Well, Nottinghamshire have had their positive moments in the field. A couple of boundaries well stopped. They've looked a little tired and disgruntled at times out there.
Yeah, very much so. A few misfields earlier today, and naturally when your opponents are on top like this, it just seems like a few heads have dropped this afternoon.
But it must be really difficult for the bowlers to bowl with an old ball and everyone back on the boundary are just inviting punishment to some extent, you might think, as Fletcher bowls and Root drives. Doesn't particularly time it, but it rolls up to long off for a single. So that's 4 off 3 balls without any particular big shots being played. 369 for 4, 402 in the lead.
Yeah, this is the thing. If you score at 7 or 8 runs and over, that feels rapid, but that's more than in Glamorgan's range without them really having to overexert themselves with a field like this. Don't have to take any risks, just milk a single, play the occasional 2.
Fletcher's into bowl to Northeast, short ball pulled around towards mid-wicket. Fielded there, single taken, and Northeast isn't trying to smash these pull and hook shots out of the ground and risk being caught on the boundaries, just playing them controlled and down into the ground, taking 1s and 2s. 370 for 4.
Yeah, it's got the feel of a net session almost. The intensity's been really taken out of this particular exchange.
Only 2 saving the single for Root as well now. The leg side is the shorter side of the ground for him, as Fletcher bowls a horrible ball that just sat up tennis ball style, and Root misses out rather as he tried to steer it away and found one of the two players saving the single, Hasib Hamid. That was marginal as to whether that would have been a no ball had he not hit it.
He waited for that a long time, Root.
He did.
I think he considered playing two different shots until he ended up just tapping it to Hasib Hamid.
It would have been a bad ball to get out to, I think. 370 for 4. Still skies above us. Just a fraction of blue now. But the cloud is high and there's no danger of intervention by the weather. Fletcher in, bowls. Full toss that looked like. It's turned away on the leg side by Root for his single. So 6 runs off the over with no drama. Root is signalling to the dressing room, I think, for a new bat. He didn't like the sound of that one coming off it. And 371 for 4. The lead at 404. The over 8 is +5. There are 19 overs to be bowled today, so absolutely no hurry for Nottinghamshire. And at the moment, the visitors are just playing a containing game. There'll be another hold-up while Root changes his bat. He'd taken a single off the last ball of the over, so he's on strike. Northeast leaning on his bat in the middle of the pitch. Is there a 12th man on duty with a bat? I think he was signalling for a bat anyway. There's drinks coming on as well.
Signalling for a tennis racket to cope with this tennis ball bounce from Fletcher, perhaps.
Oh, long pause. Someone get Billy's bat out. Oh, they're going to have a drinks break. Oh, shall we have some scores from around the grounds, as they say, to give us something to talk about in this rather action-free period. In Division 1, Essex beat Gloucestershire by 9 wickets. At Southampton, Warwickshire 167 for 6 in their second innings, but that's a lead of just 14 runs over Hampshire. 3 wickets for Mohammed Abbas there. Hampshire strongly placed to enforce victory there. At Canterbury, Northants are 175 for 3 in their second innings, with unbeaten half centuries for Rickleton and for Jimmy Neesham. As Lancashire against Somerset, a run fest at Southport. Lancashire 495 for 4. 49 runs ahead of Somerset on first innings. Keaton Jennings is still going. He's 241 not out. 3 wickets for Van der Merwe. Luke Wells also had a century there. At Scarborough, more runs by the seaside. Surrey 467 for 9, 54 runs behind Yorkshire. Ben Folkes is 64 not out, but Dom Bess has taken 4 wickets. Division 2, Worcestershire beat Middlesex by 7 wickets. At Chester Street, Derbyshire 266 for 4 in their second innings. Centuries, unbeaten centuries at the moment for Guest and Duploy. They lead Derbyshire, Durham by 253. And at Hove, gosh, there's so many runs being scored in this round of matches. Leicestershire are 452 for 4 in reply to Sussex's 588. Centuries there for Kimber, for Ackerman and for Mulder, the latter two unbeaten. Glamorgan are at Grace Road next Wednesday. Nottinghamshire are at Derby. And while I ran through an entire scorecard from around the country, you have not missed a ball.
Dane Patterson to continue from the Cathedral Road end around the wicket to Billy Root, who drives for a comfortable single to mid-on. And still it looks like Notts persevere with the old ball. Like Fletcher, Patterson has a very defensive field. Almost everybody on the boundary, just 2 inside the ring, as Patterson is in to northeast, who chops it away down to third man for another single.
Does have the feel of a boxer dancing to the far corner of the ring perpetually at the moment, the Nottinghamshire approach, isn't it?
Yes.
Not throwing many punches themselves. Just trying not to get hit too often.
Yes, the way they're playing now, they're hoping, it seems, to at least slow Glamorgan down, try and delay the declaration and at least enhance the prospect of a draw, if not victory, as Patterson is in to Root, who works it off his legs. There'll be at least a single. Just 1 run on that occasion, so 3 singles off each delivery so far in this over.
Ball dribbling back along the ground to Patterson to emphasise the lack of care. Nottinghamshire obviously very concerned that a new ball might disappear quickly.
Patterson is in over the wicket. Shortish ball. Northeast tries to pull it, miscues, and the ball dribbles away to mid-off for a single.
Chalk, please. And again, Joe Clark gets a throw on the second bounce and wasn't too pleased with it. The Northeast was through his shot there, wasn't he? I think it might actually have come off the tail of off the bottom of the bat, or even the back of the bat.
Yeah, as you say, he was well through his shot, wasn't he? Not discernibly a slower ball by Patterson, but maybe just a sign of the soft ball and the surface combining. As he comes around the wicket to Root, who drives nicely through the covers, but that's a good stop in the covers by Lyndon James, I think it was, who got a hand to it. That could have been racing away for 4, but in the event it was just a single. Glamorgan now 376 for 4, a lead of 409 runs. Billy Root 5 runs away from his half century. And here is Patterson to northeast. Rather flat bats it to the offside for another single. 6 singles off the over. Glamorgan end it 377 for 4, a lead of 410.
Get the feeling that Dane Patterson is not particularly enjoying his task at the moment, trying to hide that one a long way outside off stump. Northeast having to reach for it to take the single. And this innings continuing the trend, really, of nearly all the top order getting into double figures at least. David Lloyd was the only batsman dismissed in the Glamorgan first innings for single figures. Then for Nottinghamshire, their first 7 all got to at least double figures. And Glamorgan, only Kieran Carlson has not made some sort of impact in this innings. Lloyd 60, Byrom 144, Ingram 33, Northeast 78 not out, Root 45 not out, 18 overs to come. Fletcher in bowls as that is chopped down into the ground, I think, and over Joe Clark for a single down to a long stop position. As Patterson fields. Oh, it's given us a bye. I do apologise. I thought that he'd got some sort of bat on it, hitting it down into the ground, but it seemed to hit a footmark and bounced up over the head of Joe Clark.
Well, it did look like umpire Neil was going to signal that it had come off the bat, only for Fletcher to intervene and point out that it had bounced strangely off the pitch. So bye signalled in the end.
Very peculiar. 378 for 4. Root on 45 on strike. Outside off stump, and Fletcher sees that one punched by Root straight to cover, and there's no run. So there seems to be quite a lot of width in the bowling at the moment. As umpire Adnan Wanders over to square leg for the left-hander, but possibly a ball later than he should have done. And I don't think we'd blame the umpires for staying where they are at this stage of the game.
I think a few people's mind have already wandered elsewhere. In between overs, Hamid was taking his imaginary guard on another strip and shadow batting.
Might have to do a bit tonight as Fletcher bowls. That's wide, has given us wide. As a member of the crowd expresses dissatisfaction with the Nottinghamshire tactics, which at the moment seem to be to hide the ball as far out as you can.
That was well wide, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was definitely outside the white strip. I can't imagine Fletcher's enjoying it, particularly either. Fast bowlers don't pursue their trade to do this sort of thing.
No, this is right up there with the more thankless tasks a fast bowler could be asked to do.
Fletcher in, bowls outside off stump, another lollipop delivery which loops through to the keeper, and this time umpire Newell says it's just about inside the lines. Oh, actually that's quite generous to Fletcher. That looked equally wide as the previous delivery and had a bit of height as well, so it was even more out of reach of Billy Root. 17 overs to come. It could be a long hour if this pattern of the game continues. Fletcher in, bowls. Root pulls this one round towards long on and will take just the single because he's hit it rather too hard. 380 for 4, 413. The Glamorgan lead. This is not hugely pleasant viewing for anyone, I don't think, at the moment.
No, indeed. The batters look frustrated. The bowlers look fed up. I get the impression umpire Newell didn't give that as a wide purely because he wanted to get the over and done with. Hamid would rather be batting. And the crowd have started heckling, yeah. So I think everyone's a bit miffed with goings on at the moment.
Well, it's up to Glamorgan really to try and press on the accelerator. But the over rate is dropping almost by the minute as Fletcher will come around the wicket to bowl to the right-handed northeast. 2 drives into the onside, will take a single to mid-wicket. 381 for 4, northeast 79. Maybe that he'll be given the licence to try and get to 3 figures for the first time for Glamorgan before throwing the bat. But Nottinghamshire just making it life as difficult as possible as they can for Glamorgan's charge towards a declaration. Fletcher will stay round the wicket to the left-handed Billy Root, and Hamid shuffles back, or is sent back from point towards the boundary. There's now 1 saving the single. Fletcher in, bowls outside off stump. It's another slow short delivery that loops through on a tennis ball bounce. 381 for 4, lead 414. This is pretty grim at the moment.
Yeah, it's like a limited overs game played in slow motion. We're used to seeing slow bouncers, wide yorkers, people come around the wicket and bowling at batters' toes, but not with the best part of a minute between each delivery.
That over yielded 2 singles, a wide and a bye. So I guess it's a successful one from the Nottinghamshire containing operation point of view. But these overs have to be billed at some point today.
Things were too good to be true when Mullaney and Patterson-White were rattling through their overs.
Oh, there's someone moving now in front of the sight screen, which doesn't help.
Just need a change of ball now. We'll have the full set of blocking tactics. Here's Patterson over the wicket to northeast, who drives expansively past point, and that's a boundary. The crowd's cheers with just a hint of irony as well, I think, given the tedium of the previous over.
Yes, the tedium of several previous overs of Nottinghamshire put on this defensive holding operation. Sam Northeast moves into the 80s. Top score of 97 not out in T20 for Glamorgan, and he has been in the 80s on no fewer than 3 previous occasions in Championship cricket for Glamorgan.
Here is Patterson to northeast. Full ball, and northeast drives that well. Back-to-back boundaries from northeast, and that one was a thumping straight drive, bisecting long on and long off. Glamorgan now 389 for 4. The lead is 422.
Yeah, Patterson just sticking out a hand there in vain. Didn't get a hand on it. And Northeast now has his highest championship score for Glamorgan, beating his 85 in the first innings against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge.
Patterson over the wicket to northeast, who drives well through the covers. There's a chase on here, and in fact it'll be 3 fours in a row for Sam Northeast. So after Nottinghamshire looked to bore Glamorgan into submission in the previous overs, Sam Northeast has thrown off those shackles with 3 consecutive boundaries in this over from Dame Patterson. He moves on to 91. Glamorgan 393 for 4.
I'll leave you to get Northeast towards his century, and Dave Bracegirdle will come in and explain Nottinghamshire tactics.
Here is Patterson to northeast, who works this down towards third man. He'll turn and look for a second run. He could have a little chase on here, but the throw is a pretty meek one, so Northeast returns comfortably for his second run, and he moves on to 93. Glamorgan's lead now stands at 428 runs, as we welcome back Dave Bracegirdle.
Thank you very much.
Please tell me you were watching the preceding overs when very little happened.
Yes, I've been having a look. Had my beady eye on every ball bowled.
Patterson is in to northeast, who reaches for one wide of off stump, and he'll flat bat that for a single.
Games within a game. Glamorgan want to get to a set number with a set number of overs left in either in the day, or maybe they've already made their mind up they want to bat into tomorrow. Nottinghamshire have decided they're going to make sure they bowl no more than the requisite number of overs because they're so far ahead on the over 8, and they're going to protect the boundaries at all costs. So they're just slowing the game down a little bit, even if it upsets one or two of the locals. But, you know, I've seen every side do this. If roles were reversed, everybody would understand.
Absolutely. Patterson around the wicket to Root, who plays it onto the onside. They'll look for a cheeky second. In fact, they'll settle for 1 run. That's the end of the 97th over. Glamorgan 397 for 4, a lead of 430.
Yeah, they're not going to declare now, but if they did, there would be 14 overs left for them to bowl at Notts tonight. But it looks as if we're going to start another one. So clearly they're nowhere near, or they're not yet at the point where David Lloyd feels enough is enough.
What do you think it's worth declaring for? 6 or 8 overs minimum?
I think 430 is enough at any stage in any game. If somebody chases down 430, then God bless them, they've batted well. Here's Fletcher in to bowl to Root, who eases it out into the offside, and there's no run. More pertinently, how many overs do you need to bowl a side out on this wicket? That's the thing, and Nottinghamshire will hope that Glamorgan do bat until the close and maybe have an over or 2 in the morning, because that's helping them in their quest, to secure a draw. be staggered if we got into a situation this time tomorrow where there was even a glimmer of a chance that Notts could win. I don't think that's going to happen. 400 has only been chased once by Nottinghamshire in 170 years, and so the chances of that happening next to none. Here's Fletcher around the wicket, bowling to northeast, bouncer which northeast rolls the wrists on and goes down to long leg. Of course, with Sam Northeast so close to 100 as well, there's a little bit of an individual milestone, an important individual milestone for Sam Northeast to achieve here, and David Lloyd won't be to an over or two, I'm sure, as to when Northeast, if Northeast gets to his 100, he'll want to give him the opportunity.
You'd think Northeast's 100, Root's half century, and a lead of 450 should come roughly around in the next
I wouldn't have thought
4
Root's
overs or so.
half century is uppermost in their thoughts, but he's on strike now on 48. But if a declaration is imminent and Northeast gets to his 100, they won't then wait for Billy to get his 50, I'm sure. But he might get it now because Fletcher's bowling to him. He's going to move to 49, that's for sure, with a single into the offside. Applause is for the 400 brought up. 400 for 4. So even I can work out that the lead is 433. And we're in the 98th over of the innings. Last man out, Kieran Carlson for 2. Seems an awfully long time ago. It was the 68th over of the innings. We're now in the 98th. So this pair have added 138 in 30 overs. Northeast on strike on 95. He's targeted Luke Fletcher once or twice and looks to drive down the ground. Unless Billy Root has a suicidal tendency at the moment, which he hasn't, there'll only be one. Throw comes in from the long on fence. One more, 401 for 4. Northeast on to 96. There were 1 or 2 on the Glamorgan balcony in white. I can't see any more in white up there. It's almost as if anybody that had the pads on has you might as well go inside and get them off. But here's Billy Root's 50, just dropping it on the leg side, and that's a fine performance against his former club. Rich vein of form, 99 not out in the last match, 50 not out here in this one. Glamorgan 402 for 4. His 50 came from 83 balls. We'll get the figures in just a moment, I'm sure, when Andrew Hignell reads them out over the tannoy system. But very well battered Billy Root.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Dave, no sign of whites on that Glamorgan balcony. Quite telling that most of them seem to be in their tracksuits or shorts.
There's Fletcher in Northeast. Again, just content to get these in ones, pushes it into the offside. Single taken. That's the end of that Fletcher over. 15 overs, none for 62 for Luke Fletcher. 403 for 4.
50 came off 83 balls and included 5 fours.
Of course, as Sam Northeast gets closer, or certainly if he gets to 99, the field will inevitably be brought in, trying to stop the single.
Yes, until then, they've got a lot of boundary cover, as was the case for Dane Patterson's previous over, though Northeast still managed to hit him for 3 successive 4s on that occasion. If he can manage the same again, he'll go to his first Glamorgan century. Patterson is in. Northeast drives onto the offside for 1. He moves on to 98. As we saw for Eddie Byrom earlier, another who looked very comfortable throughout his innings. Even then, when you get to 98, 99, a few jitters can just creep in, can't they? It's only natural. Patterson is coming around the wicket to Root, who defends that one.
Little surprised, I've said it a few times, that neither Matthew Montgomery or Lyndon James haven't had a bowl today, or indeed in the match. But I think just the time in the day when they might have had a bowl was the time when just suddenly Notts began to put the brakes on, with Mullaney keeping it very tight at one end and Liam Patterson-White at the other.
Not a single fielder stopping the single here for Root as Patterson is in around the wicket. But doesn't need anyone stopping the single because Patterson does the fielding off his own bowling.
Yeah, it's 2 in a row that he's fielded off his own bowling, keeping his figures as tidy as he can. None for 69 in his 17th over. Alan says of Glamorgan playing for a draw. Just think they'd like Sam Northeast to get to his 100 and then they can make a decision.
Patterson is in to Root, who works that down to fine leg, and he'll trot through for a single, bringing Northeast back on strike on 98.
Yeah, 2 balls left in the over, so does Stephen Mullaney tighten the inner ring? He's not, he's going to leave them out. And if you're not watching the live stream, we have actually now got 9 Nottinghamshire fielders on the fence all the way around Sophia Gardens. Wicket-keeper Joe Clark, bowler Dane Patterson, I beg his pardon, and 9 out on the fence.
Here is Patterson to Northeast, who works that onto the onside, and he'll just leisurely stroll through for a single, taking him on to 99. So it'll be Billy Root to play out the rest of this over.
So Leicestershire's Rishi Patel was dismissed for 99, final ball before lunch down at Hove today. The Sussex-Leicestershire game. Just saying.
It does happen.
It's a good player, Sam Northeast.
Patterson around the wicket to Root, who will look to run the first one quickly, and he'll scoop back for a second as well. Well run by Root. So that means Northeast will be on strike for the next over.
Fletcher's already taken off his floppy sun hat and is walking in from the boundary to bowl this next over. Mind you, Stephen Mullaney's intercepting him, at least for a chat. But the field will undoubtedly come in and try and save the single. We were in this situation before and threw it over to you to get Eddie Byrom over the line. Let's see if you can do the same with Sam Northeast, although I think Nick came in and gobbled up the opportunity, didn't he?
Poacher's instinct.
Yeah.
Yep, so the field does come in close for Luke Fletcher's delivery against Sam Northeast on 99. Still searching for his first century for Glamorgan. Fletcher is in. Northeast defends this time. Yeah, just one man out of that inner ring. That's Joey Everson down at fine leg.
Were he to get his 100 in this over and then a declaration follow, Notts would have to bat for 11 overs this evening.
Yeah, with a lead of 441. It must be in the minds of Glamorgan's players and coaches. Fletcher is in to Northeast, who plays off the back foot. No run. Second ball without score for Northeast on 99. As he walks away and kicks the turf, clear his mind. No signs of the nerves that Byrom had on this same score earlier today. I'm sure Fletcher will test that now as he starts his run from the river end. He's in, and Northeast drives to the covers, but it's well stopped. If there is any pressure on Northeast to get his ton, it's just starting to build up ever so surely.
I don't know about pressure. There might have been a little bit of frustration because he couldn't have hit that any better, but it was a really good bit of fielding by Matt Montgomery at extra cover. As it left the bat, he must have thought, well, that's a way to go to 100. And he didn't quite allow for the athleticism of the young fielder.
It has been a very assured knock so far from Northeast. He already has 8 fours and 2 sixes. Fletcher is in, and North East works this off his legs to bring up a first century for Glamorgan for the batter. North East bringing up his century in 133 balls, and he takes off his helmet and raises his bat to acknowledge the crowd. A wonderful moment for the former Kent and Hampshire batter.
8 fours, 2 sixes as well for Sam North East. Got on with it, his second 50, 37 balls.
Two balls left in the over. Fletcher will come around the wicket to Root, who plonks that high up in the air, and that'll be easily caught by the wicketkeeper Joe Clark. Now Sam North East looking to the balcony to see if there's any sign of a declaration. Glamorgan are 409 for 5 now, with Root out for 53.
Was caught by Joe Clark off the bowler of Luke Fletcher for 53.
Glamorgan's lead is now 442 runs, but with North East leaning on his bat at the crease, no sign yet of a declaration.
No, I don't quite follow that. 442 the lead. Lots of course won't mind. It doesn't really matter.
133 balls. It included 8 fours and 2 sixes.
It really doesn't matter, I don't think, to Notts right now whether they're chasing 4-4-3, 4-5-3 or 4-6-3. They'll just like to keep, or like Glamorgan, just to stay out there a little longer and, if possible, bat through until the close. There is 1 ball left in this over. There is a theory, one that I very much support, is why declare when there's a ball left that you could score runs from, but it does seem a bit of an effort to bring him all the way out for 1 ball, but there we are. We'll see how long Chris Cook's going to come out for. Also, the other thing is, Nick's been extolling the virtues of Michael Neser as a bit of a see ball, hit ball a long way merchant, and we're suggesting he might come in and give it a little bit of long on, but Chris Cook's come in ahead of him, so maybe Cook's come out for a while.
They have done that previously this season, Glamorgan, when they were trying to up the run rate at Derbyshire. They brought Neser in, promoted him. Though I suppose Cook has previous when it comes to clearing the ropes. He's a very useful limited overs batter, a capable 6-hitter. So who knows if he's been brought in for a 1 ball innings. By the looks of things on that Glamorgan balcony, it doesn't look likely, but
no,
we'll see. Still the same defensive field for Chris Cook. Every single outfielder on the boundary. Just the bowler Fletcher and the keeper Clark in field, as Fletcher is in over the wicket, and Clark pulls that towards the mid-wicket boundary where it's fielded, and he crosses for a single.
Yeah, Glamorgan win tomorrow and nobody remembers these moments. They have Notts 8 down, and then you sort of look back and think, should he have pulled out a little earlier? Not my call, David Lloyd's call. 410 for 5, but as I say, Notts will be happy the longer he keeps them out there. We're going to start a new over with Dane Patterson bowling. So once a ball has been sent down in this over, it would mean Notts would only have to bat for 10 overs this evening. 410 for 5, the lead 4-4-3. Chris Cook is on strike with that open face, and again we see Dane Patterson with all the fielders on the rope, fielding off his own bowling to prevent a run. 410 for 5. The men out today: David Lloyd fell to Brett Hutton for 60. That was what turned out to be the final ball before lunch. They went off with the last over of the session incomplete. That was 172 for 1. Colin Ingram out to Liam Patterson-White for 33. That was 248 for 2. As Patterson bowls to Cook, who cuts this out onto the offside. Tries to bisect a couple of fielders out there and manages to come back for 2, 412 for 5. Cook onto 3. Third out was Eddie Byrom, a terrific knock from the left-handed opener. He's eventually had LBW to Liam Patterson-White for 144. That was in the 63rd over. 253 for 4. Stephen Mullaney dismissed Chris Carlson for 2. I beg your pardon, Kieran Carlson for 2. 262 for 4 in the 68th. And then that long partnership just broken. Billy Root out to Luke Fletcher for 53. 3 catches on the day for Joe Clark. Next ball is pulled by Cook onto the leg side. Matt Montgomery doing the fielding for 113 for 5. And the lead 4-4-6. Dane Patterson without a wicket, without a maiden as well. In his 18th over, 76 runs conceded. Here he comes in wide of the off stump. Pace off the ball, northeast just cuts it away. Out to deep backward square for another single. 414 for 5.
Yeah, Patterson and Fletcher have looked pretty thoroughly fed up with this particular task they've been asked to do.
I don't think Dane's overly enthusiastic about the return of the ball to him there, which is nowhere near him. 12.2 overs to go. We're knocking on the door of 5:30. There was a time when Nick was forecasting a prompt 6 o'clock finish. There's a little dab into the offside by Cook. 415 for 5. 1 ball left in the over. I'll leave Daft to describe this magnificent wicket to you as I pop next door.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, Patterson ambles back to the start of his run-up. Nottinghamshire still with every outfielder on the boundary. Damage limitation with Glamorgan's lead now 448 runs. As Patterson bowls northeast, digs out a full ball, works it to mid-wicket for a single. He moves on to 102. Glamorgan now 416 for 5. 12 overs left today. And as Dave alluded to, it won't be a prompt finish this evening. And despite that huge lead, Glamorgan showing no signs of declaring today either. Luke Fletcher will continue from the river end. He's going to come around the wicket to northeast. It's another short ball which northeast manages to pick well above his head and play it almost like a tennis player towards long on, and he'll return for a second run. Fletcher gesticulates to his fielders. He wants some sort of change there. Northeast on 104. Glamorgan's lead now worth 451 runs. As Fletcher slowly walks back to the top of his mark. His hulking 6'6" frame sets off again around the wicket to northeast, who scoops it down to third man for just a single. A little cute reverse paddle from northeast as Glamorgan enter white ball mode to try and quicken things up at the end of today's play. Chris Cook is on strike now. The new batter is on 5, and Fletcher will continue around the wicket. Fletcher bowls. Cook drives onto the onside. They'll look for a second run here, and the Glamorgan batters make it back safely taking their team's total to 421 for 5, a lead of 454. Still 11.5 overs left today. Remember, if Glamorgan do declare, which looks increasingly unlikely, and as I say that, they have declared. So Glamorgan declare their second innings, 421 for 5, a lead of 454. Sam Northeast unbeaten on 105, his first century for Glamorgan, after Eddie Byrom hit 144 earlier. So if Nottinghamshire are to win this game, they'll need to score 455. You're listening live on the BBC Sport website and the Glamorgan and Nottinghamshire streams. We'll have a short break and we'll be back for the start of Nottinghamshire's second innings.
For those of you who like to keep your score sheets up to date, I'll give you the Glamorgan bowling figures. I'll give you the Nottinghamshire bowling figures in just a moment. So Glamorgan declared on 421 for 5 in 101.3 overs. Sam Northeast not out 105. Chris Cook not out on 7. Here are the Notts bowling figures. Luke Fletcher 16.3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 69. Brett Hutton 13 overs, no maidens, 1 for 68. Dane Patterson, 18 overs, no maidens, 0 for 79. Steve Mullaney, 20 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 45. Liam Patterson White, 26 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 116. And Joey Everson bowled 8 overs for 32 runs. The net result is that Nottinghamshire's target is 455. There are 9 overs remaining tonight, plus 96 tomorrow.
Welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where the players are making their way back onto the field for the fourth innings of the match, Nottinghamshire's second innings. They've been set 454 to win here by Glamorgan, who declared on 421 for 5. You're listening on the BBC Sport website or the Glamorgan or Nottinghamshire streams. My name is David Pritchard. I'm joined by my BBC Sport Wales colleague Nick Webb, and from BBC Nottingham, Dave Bracegirdle.
David for the day. Just looking, it would be the second highest run chase in Nottinghamshire history. 461 for 3 at New Road. I was there in 2001. Some Nottinghamshire side that chased down that 461 for 3. Darren Bicknell 104, Johnny Morris 94, Greg Blewett 134 not out, Usman Afzal 88, Paul Johnson 26 not out, and number 6 didn't get into bat. Some fella called Kay Peterson didn't. He wasn't required a run chase of 461, and KP didn't even get to the crease. But that's the only time that Notts have chased over 400 successfully. Whether they do here or not.
Some batting lineup that was.
Yeah, Peterson's first year. He wasn't at 6 for very long, I can tell you.
Yeah.
So there's regulation openers, Slater and Hamid are out there. We did have the scenario at Lords where Nottinghamshire went out with just 1 over left in the second innings, and Luke Fletcher came out to open the batting for that 1 over. I would imagine, as he was on the first day, Fletcher will have the pads on if required. So that's always a thrill, but obviously for Nottinghamshire supporters and indeed the team, they'll be desperate for this pair just to bat through the 9 overs.
What is it that England have started calling their aggressive night watchmen? Nighthawks. So Luke Fletcher could be Nottinghamshire's very own. Well, I guess it's a term that's been coined for Stuart Broad, so I'm sure they could do the same for another Nottinghamshire great. Michael Nisa begins from the Cathedral Road end. He's in, and that's played for no run by Slater.
Did he get a wicket in the first innings, Michael Nisa? Let's have a little look. Oh yes, he got one. Who did he get? Oh, of course, he bowled Matthew Montgomery, the top scorer. Spoiled his chances of a debut ton. 20 short. Montgomery bowled Nisa for 80.
Here comes Nisa. All action. Ooh, and that just beats the outside edge of Ben Slater. Slater played it well, in fairness. Didn't dangle his bat too far outside the off stump.
Spoken to 1 or 2 people who feel the declaration was a little bit of a laborious affair. Could have happened when North East got his 100. Could have happened when Billy Root was dismissed. Neither of those things happened.
Nisa is in, and Slater defends it, but it squirts down. He opened the face quite nicely for a single down to third man.
It just seemed odd to do it in the middle of an over then. 421 for 5 after 101.3 overs. Rachel Riley behind us has worked it out. 4.33 runs an over. 455 from a minimum of 105 overs. He was using a calculator though, to be fair.
Yes, it was a curious end to that Glamorgan innings all round. It's
a curious session, wasn't it? As was the session after tea yesterday when Notts almost fell on their sword, losing 6 wickets for 30.
Here's Hamid's first ball, which he defends for no run. Strong opening partnership this, isn't it? Hamid and Slater won't get many better.
Steady, I know what you're trying to do. Steady. Umpire Newell has decided he can't see. Short leg is right in his line of fire, so he's going to plod across from square leg to point. He might as well just stay on one side anyway with a right-hander and a left-hander this time of day.
Nisa bowls. Hamid works it onto the leg side for a single. So 1 ball left in this over. Slater to face.
It is when you think about it, a bit of a strange regulation, isn't it, as to where the umpire will stand, and he will stand at square leg unless... Well, in most cases, common sense takes over in most matches when they say, well, I can't see, there's somebody stood in my way, or I can't see because of the sunshine, the setting sun. So they might as well say stand either side of the wicket where you can best see.
Nisa bowls full to Slater, who sees that off at the end of the first over. Nottinghamshire 2 for none, chasing 455.
So you do feel for them a little bit in an over where there's 4 or 5 singles and you've got a right-hander and a left-hander, and there's an assessor there marking them, and so they've got to do it, whereas the wily old umpires that have been around the game for a long old time and know their way around a cricket field, they'll just say, I'll stay this side back. It'll be Michael Hogan, who's had his feet up for 24 hours, no doubt planning his next benefit event. I'm sure a few of his brochures have been sold during the course of the week. We've continually been reminded of the fact that they're on sale. Final season with Glamorgan. What's the hold up here? We're peering towards the pavilion as if looking for some sort of divine inspiration. It's not going to come, I don't think, so we'll get on with it. 8 overs remain in the day. Slater 1, Hamid 1. And it's the right-handed Hamid on strike to Hogan. And the Australians ball, first ball right on the money, and Hamid happy to block and defend. 2 without loss, Nottinghamshire. The bowling figures, I don't think any of the bowlers will want to dwell on them for too long. As Hogan bowls and Hamid defends, 6 bowlers used. Liam Patterson-White, the only one to get 2 wickets, 26 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 116. Luke Fletcher, 16.3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 69. Brett Hutton, a little lightly used, 13 overs only, 1 for 68, no maidens. Dane Patterson, 18 overs, no maidens for him either, none for 79 as Hogan bowls. Mead, whoop, stay there, Haas. Just pushed it into the offside and set off running, and it's a good job. The alert Slater at the other end was wide awake because he saw it had gone straight to Kieran Carlson, so he sent back his partner. Where did we get to? Stephen Mullaney, 20 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 45. And Joey Everson went wicketless, 8 overs, no maidens, 32 runs. Didn't see Matthew Montgomery bowl in his first game, nor as Lyndon James, for whatever reason, bowled in this match. Hogan bowls. This one's played on the leg side and there's no run. Of course, in the last Notts match, all 11 bowled against Middlesex, including keeper Moores. Ben Slater had 18 overs in that one. We saw Joe Clark opening the bowling. Seba Mead bowling. It was utterly bizarre.
A bit of a novelty to see 3 slips in after the end of the Glamorgan innings with everyone on the boundary.
2 without loss. Next delivery is blocked by Hasiba Media. It's one of those days where they always say, well, try explaining this to an American. I think it'd be the same with me with baseball. I like American football. I strongly like American football, but I don't get ice hockey. I don't get baseball at all. Don't mind basketball if you can watch it from the start and it means something. You're sort of told it's them against them and they're playing for this. Then I'll watch that. Bowled him! This one straight through the defences, and Hasiba Mead has gone for 1, and what an important blow struck by Michael Hogan. Real surprise there. Hamid, usually very watchful at the start of his innings, usually has his stumps well and truly guarded. Hogan put the ball in a good area, coming in on the angle, and Hamid has just pushed down the wrong line, and it's just clipped off the off bail. And Notts are 2 for 1 in the second over. Just came back a little bit and disturbed the furniture, and Hogan absolutely overjoyed as Hamid is on his way.
Hamid was bowled by Michael Hogan for 1.
Made 70 in the first innings. Hasiba Mead gone for 1, and his game is done and dusted. There are 7 overs remaining. Notts usually send the night watchman in with 6 to go, so it'll be touch and go. I'm sure they'll be asking Matthew Montgomery, and as a young man I wouldn't be at all surprised if he says, I want to go, and here he comes.
dream dismissal from a bowler's perspective, hitting the top of off. And as you say, Hamid just seemed to play slightly down the wrong line. Went past the inside edge. And off came the bails. Wicket maiden to start with for Hogan, who's enjoying another excellent season at the ripe old age of 41.
Do apologise to the live streamers that will be trying to sort out the cut for that wicket to put on Twitter with me blathering on about not understanding the rules of baseball. Totally out of totally unexpected dismissal. I suppose every delivery you should expect a dismissal, but I mean, just looked to be playing him comfortably, getting behind it, ... But that one found a way through, knocked back the off stump, and well, Glamorgan need 9 wickets.
Because they were all quite similar deliveries, weren't they? The 5 preceding dot balls, slightly nipping back in on a length. That is Hogan, though, isn't he? Unerring in his line and length. Mr. Consistency.
Much as I like to see the fun and frivolities when Fletcher does come out as a night watchman, I'm pleased it is Matt Montgomery.
Here's Nisa to Slater, a full ball which Slater defends. There's pressure at both ends when you've got Hogan and Nisa opening the bowling. Two very accurate bowlers.
They bowled well at Trent Bridge and bowled well in the first innings here as well.
They're both bowlers who are happy to take on a fair workload, as well as the burly Nisa bowls outside off stump and Slater leaves it alone. Good start here from Glamorgan, reducing Nottinghamshire to 2 for 1. They still have 6 overs to bowl at the visitors after this third over from Nisa is done. And here is Nisa, the bearded Australian, all arms and legs in his run-up. He's into Slater over the wicket, and Slater defends that onto the offside. Some excitement among the slips. They're full of it.
You'd have offered them one tonight that have bit your hand off. Yes, please. Let's break that opening partnership. We'll take that. Thank you very much. But of course, now you get greedy, don't you? There's 6.5 overs left. You've got one. Let's see if we can get another. We can't win this game tonight. Morgan will be saying we can't win it, but we can take a giant stride towards winning the game tomorrow if we can get another one tonight.
Nisa bowls to Slater, who's defending again on the offside, but slight misfield there at gully, and Slater will scamper through for a single. Yes, as you say, if David Lloyd had been offered any wicket, he would have taken it. With it being one of the openers who've gone so well this season, Hamid, averaging 50, looking very solid in the first innings here, and of course an accomplished player who's played Test cricket as well. His scalp is more prized than most. Montgomery is ready to face his first ball from Nisa.
Strange to think, actually, Asib Hamid has played Test cricket in 2022, albeit back in January, but fact remains, very recent Test player.
Nisa balls to Montgomery, who defends. Yeah, Nisa involved in the same series. Picked up a wicket on his Australia debut. One Test and out so far for Nisa in the Ashes.
As Rob Collins just pointed out, it's a good one for Notts to win from here.
That would be quite the victory, as Nisa bowls to Montgomery, who plays it down to third man, and he's off the mark with a single to end the third over, with Notts 4 for 1, still trailing by 450 runs.
It's just such a shame about the forecast for tomorrow, though, isn't it, really? That forecast being another day of 26 degrees, blue skies and Bright sunshine. 4 for 1. We've got 6 overs left, or a maximum of 6 overs left this evening. It's very dark and gloomy last night. We wondered if we'd get them all in, but we just about managed to do it. But no such concerns this evening. I was alarmed last night when my esteemed colleagues informed me that they can't have the floodlights on here. There's Hogan. He's in to bowl to Matthew Montgomery, the 22-year-old. Solidly behind this, pushes it out onto the offside. Carlson doing the fielding.
Yeah, I was just checking the Ashes, that second test when Nisa made his debut. Hamid was his first test wicket.
You've squared the circle.
Hogan beat him to it on this occasion.
Again comes Hogan from the river end, bowls to Montgomery, who takes a stride out of his crease. Went through to the wicket-keeper. Had he been standing up, he could have stumped him. Of course he isn't. He's 15 yards back. To his right, there's David Lloyd at first slip. Played nicely this morning, made 60 and then out in the final over before lunch. Sam Northeast with a century, and Colin Ingram is at third slip. Here comes Hogan once more, bowls, and Montgomery just sways back so as not to get into any trouble as it goes through to Cook with an E. Chris Cook. Must be fun when, of course they're in different divisions at the moment. Glamorgan play Essex with Sir Alistair and Sam and Chris. 4 for 1. Next delivery from Hogan is played out behind square on the offside. We're rather pleased we've not got a championship match Notts against Yorkshire this year, because we may well have had Pattinson, Patterson White and Stephen Patterson skippering Yorkshire as well. Bad enough in this game. Eddie was having problems with Salter bowling to Slater in the first innings.
Yeah, you wait until they face Phil Salt later this season.
He stumped Pepper the other night, didn't he? In that quarter-final. Nice looking drive by Montgomery up to mid-on. And there's one ball left in the fourth over. 5 will remain on this third evening. We'll be back for the final day tomorrow. Hopefully you'll join us. Hopefully the technical gremlins will take a day off as well, and we'll be on air promptly before the start. This one, I think off the pad, but either way it's going down the leg side. There's no run. Cook across. End of the fourth over. Notts a 4 for 1. They've lost to Sebe Mead, bowled by Michael Hogan for 1 in the second over.
Yeah, you come to expect it from Nisa and Hogan. Both have been unrelenting with their accuracy so far this evening. All pressure from both. Hogan yet to concede a run from his 2 overs, 2 maidens and a wicket. That of Hamid, clean bowled, the top of off. And it will be Nisa to continue from the Cathedral Road end, with Ben Slater on strike, as I'm rejoined by Nick Webb. Nisa is in. Slater defends. Cries from the slip corner, and as that ball seemed to trouble Slater just a touch as it moved back in towards him. Nisa continue to probe with a testing line around and outside off stump.
Yeah, they'll be looking for more tonight, but I think Glamorgan supporters would have, as I said, bitten your hand off for this position.
Nisa is in once more, full and outside off, and Slater leaves it alone. Yeah, Lloyd might well say that his declaration was justified now that they've got that breakthrough. Still with 4 overs to come after this.
Yeah, absolutely. I just thought that they might have stuck Nisa in and had a slog for a couple of overs if they were going to declare a round then.
Yeah, it was strange timing, regardless of how they get on this evening. As Nisa comes around the wicket this time, he bowls and Slater defends. And I guess with the ball only being 8 or 9 overs old, by the time tomorrow comes around, it'll still be a new ball, and Glamorgan will hope that they'll still be able to extract some movement from it in the early exchanges.
Yeah, 2 bites at the new cherry, as it were.
Here's Nisa to Slater, who works that off his legs and plays it down to fine leg for a single. Especially when it's Hogan and Nisa whose bowling you really want to use to the max. So if you're getting 9 overs between them this evening, you get them again refreshed, so you're getting 2 spells from each.
Ian Evans, am I alone in thinking Sam North East is the best non-overseas player that Glamorgan have signed in years? Well, it's certainly a tenable viewpoint, yes. He's up there.
Nisa is in, and Montgomery leaves that alone.
Be updating BBC Radio Wales listeners fairly shortly. I think there's probably time for you to finish the over there.
It's your task if you choose to accept it, Michael Nisa. Get through your over in time for Nick's Radio Wales update.
Well, he's only got 1 ball to bowl. Unless he falls over.
No Luke Fletcher antics, like we saw at the end of Glamorgan's innings. Here comes Nisa to Montgomery, who's forward, defending. No run. And that brings the 5th over to an end with Nottinghamshire 5 for 1.
Matthew Cleve on Twitter, Sam North East, excellent cricketer, lost his way, but fingers crossed he's back at the top of his game. Certainly bounced around last season, appearing for Hampshire, Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire, appearing, as Dave said, in a couple of Nottinghamshire wins, but I think Glamorgan are very grateful that he's settled for 3 years with Glamorgan, even if his family base is still in Kent, so I guess he's doing a few motorway miles and paying a few bob in fuel charges. So here's Hogan then, yet to concede a run, into bowl to Slater, who gets one on the hand there and takes his hand off the bat. Wanders away to rub the affected part. Maybe that was struck the handle or jarred the hand. Just came up a little bit from Hogan, from somewhere on a length. So Glamorgan looking for the bonus wicket. Five for 1. Not
Cricketers are in a commanding position on the 3rd day of their championship
Nottinghamshire are 5 for 1 in their second innings, having been set an unlikely 455 to win at 4.33 runs and over. Glamorgan have dominated today's play, with Eddie Byrom hitting 144, Sam North East a first Glamorgan century, 105 not out, David Lloyd 60, Billy Root 53. It was just a question of timing the declaration. David Lloyd left Notts 9 overs to bat tonight, and Michael Hogan has removed Hasib Hamid for 1. Notts needing 455, a 5 for 1. And a couple more dot balls while I was delivering that radio update.
Yeah, Hogan getting some action out of this pitch, isn't he? A few have reared up, some excellent carry. It shows you what a new ball can do, as well as a very reliable action and the enthusiasm that such a healthy second innings lead can bring you.
Here is Hogan then. 3 balls left of this third over of his. Is he summoning an extra slip? Or is it a short leg? Chris Cook is waving the helmet around. And he wants Eddie Byrom to put it on. So Byrom is going into short leg, and third man has also moved around to fine leg, so there might be something down the leg side from Michael Hogan now. As he's in to bowl, and that's well played by Slater, up on his toes to defend back to the bowler. So it has been a day dominated by Glamorgan, claiming this Nottinghamshire wicket that they needed in the evening, having proceeded with a couple of big stands in the course of the day. 172 for the first wicket, 70 odd for the second, and then a century stand between North East and Root as well to rub it in. Driven by Slater, Hogan gets a fingertip on it, takes the pace off the ball, but they've gone through for a single. Nottinghamshire 6 for 1, which brings the newcomer Matt Montgomery on to strike for the last ball of the over. No need to protect him, given his first innings form, where he was top scorer with 80 in his first championship innings. A little bit more scoreboard pressure on him on this occasion, though, as Hogan will still have Byrom at short leg. Around about a strip and a half away from Montgomery, and Montgomery is placidly in behind that one, defending it up the pitch to Hogan. 6 for 1 Nottinghamshire, chasing 455, or needing about 105 overs or thereabouts to avoid defeat. We have 3 overs left tonight here on BBC Sport Online.
Took 17 balls for Hogan to concede his first run in this innings. Impressive figures so far. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 1 run. And to help me guide you through these final 3 overs this evening is Dave Bracegirdle.
David and Daffyd.
Yeah, short leg is going to stay in place for Michael Neser from the Cathedral Road end. Glamorgan looking to apply the pressure in these closing stages.
I don't think he's going to be sending down some gentle floaty ones, do you?
Here is Neser to Slater, who leaves that alone outside off stump. Yeah, quite the double act, these two.
1 or 2 have drifted away, but by and large the crowd have stayed with it. Lovely weather to watch the cricket today, and obviously by and large a predominantly Glamorgan supporting crowd, so they've had plenty to cheer about. Terrific 100 from Eddie Byrom, another one from Sam North East, and 1 or 2 other significant contributions, half centuries from Lloyd and Root.
Yeah, these are a big couple of days, aren't they, at the top of the table in Division 2, with Worcestershire beating Middlesex earlier. As Neser is in to Slater, who is hurried a bit but defends it solidly enough. Yeah, set up for a grandstand finish between those 4 teams.
Derbyshire in the mix as well if they can defeat Durham at Chesterley Street. Notts play Derbyshire next week. Of course, they're without Shan Masood now. He's on international duty with Pakistan. Hayden Kerr's gone back to Australia.
Neser is in to Slater, who drives well through the covers. And that looks like it might be the first boundary of this innings. It is. Slater moves on to 8, and Nottinghamshire are now 10 for 1.
It's in that match at Chesterley Street. Derbyshire in their second innings, 316 for 6, lead Durham by 303. Centuries for Leas Deploy and Brooke Guest there, with 4 wickets to the evergreen Chris Rushworth. Derbyshire in a strong position in that one.
Here comes Nisa steaming in. Slater, who looks to get a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps. It's missed. Not sure if Montgomery would have been in trouble there. Kieran Carlson seems to be reacting as if it would have been close.
I don't know if Keaton Jennings has had more than a passing mention from the commentary team in here today. I did say he was 200 not out. There's now 310 not out.
Wow.
For Lancashire at, is it Trafalgar Road, Trafalgar Square, some such, Southport. Trafalgar Square is at Scarborough, isn't it? One end there. I think it's Trafalgar Road, they call it, the ground there at Southport. Lancashire 608 for 8. Keaton Jennings 310 not out. Luke Wells got 109. Josh Bohannon 91.
Nisa to Montgomery, who edges. And it looked like it went along the floor, did it, before getting?
I think it bounced, yeah. No great... Yeah,
there wasn't much excitement in that slip cauldron. Ingram just looks at his hand. It might have stung on its way through. But encouragement for Nisa that he's able to draw an edge out of Matt Montgomery.
Very decent effort, isn't it? 311 not out he is now. Notts might need somebody to do that tomorrow here.
Here's Nisa. Montgomery solidly behind that one. It's the end of the 7th over with Nottinghamshire 11 for 1.
Yeah, just 2 overs remain, or a maximum of 2 overs. Glamorgan will give it everything. They've got the 1 wicket. Seba Mead bowled. Slater has 9. Montgomery has 1. The two have a little chat. Going to be Hogan from the river end. It's clearly feeding time because the seagulls are soaring overhead. I wouldn't have thought this is a great chip pinching ground. I've not seen too many people wandering around in the intervals with bags of chips or anything like that as Slater pushes this into the offside for a single. There's 1 or 2 grounds that you go to. Mentioning Scarborough, I mean that's one there where a lot of them go and get chips, and you'll see the seagulls dive bombing for either those that are dropped or indeed those that are still being eaten. There's an awful lot of them about, isn't there, in the city centre as well. Saw one come down last night and try and attack a plate that had been left and knocked a glass over. It's shattered into however many pieces. Absolute nuisance.
Yeah, they'd get more joy here on a T20 night where there's a few street food stalls underneath that big grandstand over there. I don't know how picky the seagulls are if they're
if they like street food.
Yeah.
12 for 1. Hogan to Montgomery now. They've all swapped over for the right-hander, which seemed to take forever, but they're in position now and it's left alone by Montgomery. Where's umpire Adnan going? Oh, he's just spotted something that he didn't necessarily agree with, went and stamped it down.
He's just hoping David Lloyd brings himself on tomorrow so he can play hat frisbee again.
There's Hogan into Montgomery again, showing good judgment, showing he knows where his off stump is, leaves alone. Did cut back, wasn't that far away, but as long as it nestles in the keeper's gloves and doesn't clip off the bails, it's a perfectly good leave. 9 balls left, or a maximum of 9 balls left in the day. 9 balls for Notts to survive, certainly. If it doesn't go to 9 balls, you know they've lost another wicket. Here's Hogan in again to Montgomery. He'll push this up to mid-on. No run. So I think already we can say that Nottinghamshire win tomorrow. It'll be pie in the sky, so please don't send me messages in the morning. Do you think we've got a chance, Dave?
It's the hope that kills you, isn't it?
It's the hope that kills you. Yeah, especially if this pair was still there at lunch, 140 for 1. Have they got a chance, Dave? Unlikely. Montgomery will get a couple of runs here as he just opens the face, gently guides it between slips and point, and they come back for 2. So he's trebled his score with one blow. He's gone from 1 to 3, and that's a 14 for 1. Have they got a chance, Dave? No. They've got a chance of batting out the day. It's been difficult once again, as we've seen, to take wickets on there. Only 5 wickets have gone down all day. And in fact, apart from that crazy 40 minutes or so after tea yesterday, at no stage in the game have wickets gone down in clusters. There's only been 1, 2 or 3 in each session. Next delivery is worked away on the leg side by Montgomery, but he won't get a run. End of the over, so 1 over left, and whoever was padded up number 4, be it Night Watchman or Joe Clark, I'd imagine it would have been Fletcher, but whoever it is, they can take the pads off. They won't be required this evening because there's just 1 over left.
And it looks like it'll be Michael Nisa to continue and to bowl that final over this evening, as he takes his cap off and hands it over to umpire Adnan. Just 2 slips in place for this over. Byrom continues at short leg, and it looks like Billy Root is in leg slip, and Lloyd puts himself back in the slip cordon, so still a full complement of 3 slips as Glamorgan look to attack in this final over.
382 for 6 today, I think. 382 runs, 6 wickets right now.
Nisa bowls to Slater, who leaves that alone. Yeah, good day's play that. Plenty of runs, some wickets.
Couple of 6s. It was the 3 6s. I think Sam Northeast hit a couple. Didn't Byrom hit one into the river?
He did indeed, yeah. He was quite selective with his aggression, wasn't he? But timed it well when he did go for it.
In fact, was it Byrom or was it Lloyd? I can't remember now.
It was Byrom, yeah, off Patterson White. As Nisa bowls to Slater, who plays that defensively for no run. A watchful start to his innings this from Slater. Haven't really seen too many signs of the so-called demons in the pitch, as James Harris described them. Enough there with a new ball. But as you say, it might be quite hard work tomorrow. That's a shorter ball from Nisa, which Slater pulls away for 4.
Yeah, it might be the end of the day. He might be playing for stumps, but he's not going to miss out on a gift like that. He's banging it in, just hoping to get a little bit of a response from the surface, or a false shot from Slater getting into trouble, but he's too good a player to miss out on that.
Just a touch too short, wasn't it? Because Hogan had bowled a couple of back of a length, and the carry had taken it through at a tricky height for the batters, but that one, yeah, just sat up nicely for Slater. Nisa is in fuller this time, and Slater works that through mid-wicket for a single.
Montgomery says, thanks, mate. I was more than happy leaning on my bat at the non-striker's end, and now you push a single. 2 balls left, 19 for 1. I think, if I remember rightly, at the end of day 1, Notts were 19 without loss going to stumps. I do like a bit of symmetry, but it would have been better from their perspective, obviously, if it had been 19 without loss again this evening. But Hamid out, 19 for 1, 2 balls left.
Montgomery takes his guard again as he faces Nisa, who bowls. Ooh, looked like it might have hit Montgomery on the glove. He's shaking his hand. Short leg was in the game there.
Just quickly, if you've not been with us, Lloyd made 60, an opening partnership of 172 with Byrom, who went on, played a terrific innings for 144. Colin Ingram, a bright and breezy 33. Kieran Carlson was the one to miss out today, made only 2. Billy Root 53. Sam Northeast 105 not out, and Chris Cook 7 not out. 421 for 5 Glamorgan when David Lloyd called them in. A lead of 454 knots, had 9 overs to bat this evening, and they've lost to Seabermead, bowled by Hogan for 1. That was in the second over. Matthew Montgomery on strike on 3. Ben Slater on 15 not out. There's 1 ball left, and unless anything happens to this one, Notts will go to bed on 19 for 1.
Lisa bowls and Montgomery defends. And that brings to a close an entertaining and incident-packed third day here at Sophia Gardens. Nottinghamshire close on 19 for 1. They trail Glamorgan by 435 runs.
Yeah, it'll be an attritional day tomorrow, I imagine, with Notts just trying to stick around for as long as they can. Glamorgan trying to do everything they can to pick up wickets. It might not pan out like that. There might be an early burst of wickets and could be done and dusted earlier on in the day, or it might be that Notts get off to a fairly healthy start. These two both like to put bat to ball, and so do one or two of the others, Clark and James and co. But thanks very much, everybody, for your company today. We'd love to hear from you tomorrow morning. Sorry again about the Gremlins first thing this morning. Not here in Cardiff. It was elsewhere, folks. But gladly we got it sorted out. Daff, very much enjoyed your company today, and Nick Webb. I'm off to Update Radio Nottingham, and I'll speak to you all in the morning.
Thank you very much, Dave. Yes, that's it for the third day here at Sophia Gardens. We'll be back tomorrow morning, so we hope you can join us on the BBC Sport website and on the Glamorgan and Nottinghamshire streams. Until then, we hope you have a very nice evening. Good night, Nostar.